actually aliens. And I mean, I guess it makes a little bit of sense. If there are aliens living here on planet Earth, why not go to the most desolate and isolated place in the world to set up a bit of a base and launch all your UFOs from? And of course, there's no shortage of photographs that have weird anomalies in it that you can't quite explain that look like UFOs. And last but not least are the stories about pyramids or ancient civilizations that have been buried under the ice of Antarctica. Some people believe that this might have been like an ancient Egyptian civilization with the pyramids and stuff. Some people believe it might have been Atlantis. I mean, after all, we know that Antarctica used to be a more tropical continent that was in a more suitable place for life and civilizations to flourish. I mean, if you're going to have an ancient city or civilization get buried underwater, why not get buried under ice? So what are we to make of all these crazy stories coming out of Antarctica? Mysterious lifeboats, monster octopuses, aliens, Nazis. Well, here comes the wet blanket.
I'm going to show you a way to potentially make money by pairing Amazon with the power of AI without...
So we can start with that mysterious lifeboat. So in the early 2010s, online researchers actually figured out what it was. And it turns out it was a Soviet Antarctic whaling fleet that visited Bobay Island in November of 1958. People were sent ashore, but the bad weather set in and people were temporarily stranded. So there's not a whole lot of story behind this. A helicopter picked them up a few days later. They weren't stranded for very long, but they did leave the lifeboat behind in the lagoon. Why it disappeared later, it probably just sunk further down the water. The monster octopus in Lake Vostok has a pretty simple explanation. It turns out, it's entirely a work of fiction. It can be traced back to a specific blog post by a guy named C. Michael Forsyth, who was a former writer for, yes, the Weekly World News. Remember when you would go to the grocery store and you would see the Weekly World News and you just knew that it was fiction and it wasn't real and it was just like fake stuff? Feels like we've lost a little bit of that lately. Yeah, I guess the Weekly World News isn't really around anymore, but he published this on his own personal blog page, and it was clearly legal fiction. I guess this is kind of like the Sergei Ponomarenko video that I did. It was a story that kind of took on a life of its own, and it turns out the whole thing was made up. But it's easy to believe because, colossal squid do exist in the Southern Ocean, but because it's a subglacial lake, it lacks sunlight, has those extremely cold temperatures, it's unlikely that a complex creature of that size would survive in it, especially something as big and complex as an octopus. Now, regarding all those pyramids that people claim to have found in Antarctica, it turns out that there's just a lot of mountains in the world that look like pyramids, especially when shot from above with the sunlight hitting it at a certain angle. And in Antarctica especially, you have a lot of like the tops of mountains kind of peeking out above the glacial ice, which it looks like the size of a pyramid, but it's actually a full-on mountain. You just don't see most of the mountain. This, by the way, is called a nunatak. That's a mountain or a hill surrounded by glacial ice. In fact, there's a whole range of mountains in Antarctica called the Ellsworth Mountain Range. It was discovered in 1935, and it features a lot of these pyramid-like shapes. This one in particular is 1,265 meters tall from the base of the mountain to the top, and all we really see is the top of that mountain sticking out of the ice. So, it looks like pyramids to a lot of people. As far as the Atlantis story goes, ice has covered Antarctica for 15 million years, which is way longer than humans have walked. So if we were somehow able to establish an ancient civilization at the South Pole, it would have only happened after everything was completely frozen over, which seems impossible considering the temperatures and the fact that there's just not a whole lot of food there to stay warm and nourished. So stories about Atlantis are usually vague and lack any solid facts. So when Asians and Europeans talked about unmapped places in the past, they could have been talking about Australia or Oceania. So now we get to the Nazi conspiracy theories, and here's the deal about that one. There's a little bit of truth to it. Nazis did actually land and camp in Antarctica, but it wasn't for a military base. It was for a whaling station so that Germany wouldn't have to be dependent on whale oil from Norway. The Germans actually landed in an area that was already claimed by Norway called the Dronning Maud Land. But, they planted flags there and they called it Bushwabenland. Sure, pronounced that perfectly. But the area was abandoned by the Nazis in 1945, which makes sense because Nazis were out of power at that point. But thousands of scientists visited that area since the 1950s. It's been mapped by satellite, aircraft, nothing's there. And it is also true that the US and Britain conducted military and bombing operations around Antarctica. But those were test missions. They didn't have anything to do with Nazis well after the World War II. They seem to have been conflated with the Nazi base to create stories about secret missions and UFOs. It all just comes together into a nice conspiracy stew. And speaking of the sightings of UFOs that I was talking about, most of the crashed UFOs I was talking about can easily be explained as rocks or mountain peaks or tipped over icebergs. The fact of the matter is, Antarctica is a very strange alien landscape where things don't look normal because they're not normal, and it's just really easy to apply wild and crazy stuff to the things that you see that don't make sense to you. By the way, one more thing, I didn't even talk about this earlier, but the Earth isn't hollow and Antarctica isn't a gateway into the planet. The hollow Earth theory actually goes back to Edmund Halley, the same guy behind Halley's Comet, who came up with the idea in the 17th century. But this theory's been disproven since the 1730s, and modern science has proven that the Earth is actually composed of rock and iron. It's all right there. Trust the shirt, people. Now, what does make Antarctica really cool is all the research and scientific experiments that are being conducted there, including the life in Lake Vostok. No, it's not a monster octopus, but yes, they have found evidence of life down there. So in 1998, a joint team of scientists drilled an ice core down in Lake Vostok, looking for life. And by the way, if you're thinking to yourself, oh God, did they contaminate a potential ecosystem that's been kept pristine for 15 million years? Well, you're ahead of me. The team was made up of scientists from Russia, France, and the US. The ice core they drilled was one of the deepest ice cores ever drilled. It went down 3,623 meters, or 11,886 feet. That's over 2 miles. They stopped, thankfully, about 100 meters above the water level. But even in that ice, they found extremophile microbes. So there's definitely life down there. In 2012, a Russian team got a bit more bold and were able to actually collect water from the lake. I know that sounds like they just dipped the ladle down there and took a sip, but they were actually really careful about it.
So what if your smile could go from looking like this to this? Would you be more confident? Would you laugh a little?
So here's how they did it. They drilled down to like just above the water barrier and then slowly, just a little bit at a time, pushed forward until the pressure from underneath forced the water up into the borehole. And then they pulled the drill out as soon as the water went up there. That water then froze, which plugged up the hole. And then they drilled into that plug and collected a sample from that ice that was made from lake water. This method's been used several times since then, and there are samples that have been studied, and the consensus seems to be that there's a diverse and teeming ecosystem down there. DNA sequencing found over 3,500 unique gene sequences, 94% of which were bacteria, and 4% were from more advanced eukaryotes. These species were described mostly as what one would expect to find in, brackish water around deep sea sediments and thermal vents, but while the vast majority of the life that was found was unicellular organisms, there was some multicellular ones in there. Nothing much more complex than that, though. Except, a team in 2020 found DNA that was 97% similar to a type of rock cod that lives off the coast of Antarctica called Notothenia cordyceps. Now, most don't think that there's actual species of cod living down there. It's expected that's a contamination of some kind, because there has been some contamination. Yeah, Lake Vostok has been a bit of a flashpoint among environmentalists because water samples have shown traces of kerosene and Yeah, one of the problems that they ran into when they were drilling this, again.
Wow, I'm glad I caught that on stream. Buddy running from the police on the wrong way down the highway. Wow, I caught that on the stream too. God dang. Well, there's never a dull moment. I swear. I swear, there's never a dull moment. I hope nobody don't hit that man head on. 'Cause that's gonna be a nasty collision. Wow. Welcome to Texas, guys.
2-mile long borehole is that sections of this borehole would freeze over. So the Russians started using kerosene and freon to keep the holes open and lubricated. And they didn't just use a little bit, they used 60 tons of the stuff. Now, it wasn't like they were just pouring it into the lake. There were only trace amounts of it found in it still. Anyway, there's a whole debate around that, but that's just one thing that's been studied in Antarctica. We studied things like the ozone hole, million-year-old DNA, neutrinos from outer space, and evidence of fires during the time of dinosaurs. Oh, remember that Mars meteorite that they thought might have had fossilized bacteria in it? Yeah, that was found in Antarctica. They've also used Antarctica to study team dynamics for future missions to other planets. All of which is really cool, but this video is already running really long, so I'm going to add an extra section to the version that I upload to Nebula, because I can do whatever I want there. Yeah, in my last video, I used a clip from the Jetsons intro, and some copyright troll tried to get my video taken down. That's one of like 1,000 different things I have to think about when I post things on YouTube. And look, I love YouTube, but I gotta be honest, I kind of like not having to think about all that when I post something. YouTube rules don't apply there. I make rules. There's been a lot of talk of creators starting their own streaming services, which, God bless. But, Nebula's been doing this for years with hundreds of creators at this point. All of whom post early and ad-free, and like me, include additional content for our viewers. And Nebula's really been expanding lately, getting into original series like the ever-popular Jet Lag, Real Life Lore's War Room, and Neo's Underexposure series. Plus, there's a new news division run by TLDR News, and something I'm really excited about is they're getting into short feature film.
Damn, that was crazy. Okay, let's find something for us to watch. Let's see, 72 hours inside North Korea. Yeah, that sounds interesting.
Is a banana a metabolism booster or a killer? I just heard the truth from this guy and my mind was blown.
It's 3 a.m. at the Pyongyang International Airport. And look at this arrival area. It's not just the red carpet. It's a huge red carpet zone. And the only man on it is the lonely figure of Kim Jong-un, who arrived on time and now is pacing, trying to kill time, counting minutes till the touchdown. That's how you usually wait for your best friend or girlfriend at the airport. Finally, the plane arrives with the large letters saying Russia on its side. Putin gets off the plane, looking a bit and energized. All in all, he kept projecting this image of a good lad, a simple Russian guy who was a little shy of such a grand reception throughout the entire visit. Look how the two presidents get into a car each one telling the other, after you, no, please, after you, no, after you. And grand was no exaggeration. The lights of the police on motorbikes alone in the motorcade shone like a giant moving Christmas decoration, no less. Don't forget Putin arrived at 3 a.m. But look at the lights in all the windows of the building in Pyongyang. I'm pretty sure it was by the order of the party message saying, look, we've got plenty of electricity. The main festivities were scheduled for the
Wasn't got no
next day.
damn
The residence
electricity.
where Putin spent the night was separated by 12 miles from the main venue. And
I'm gonna watch that later. His voice is fucking tonight. Alright, let's see what else we can watch. What's this?
If you want to have body mastery, I can help you transform your body and do press handstands, V-stands, and muscle-ups faster than 2.
Geographically speaking, it might surprise you to hear that Kazakhstan is the 9th largest country in the world. It's a huge place that's roughly the same size as the whole of Western Europe, stretching from Portugal to Poland. And if it were placed over the continental United States, Kazakhstan's landmass would sprawl from San Diego in the southwest to St. Louis in the east. But despite this impressive geographic size, Kazakhstan is also one of the emptiest locations on the entire planet as well. Whereas Western Europe is home to more than 400 million people today, Kazakhstan just recently hit the population milestone of only 20 million people this year in 2024. Which, for reference, is fewer people than live in the US state of Florida, spread out across an area that is about exactly 16 times larger than Florida is. This overall gives Kazakhstan one of the absolute lowest population densities of any location on the planet today, at just over 7 people per square kilometer on average. The 11th lowest density of people of all the countries in the world, and notably, the 2nd most sparsely populated country that's located anywhere within Eurasia, remaining only behind the emptiest country in the world of all, Mongolia. But what's even stranger at first glance about Kazakhstan's demographic pattern is that it appears to be a sort of population void in the center of the Eurasian continent. Literally every piece of land that surrounds Kazakhstan on all of its sides has a much denser population than Kazakhstan itself has. Whether it's Russia to the north and the west, Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan to the south, or China's Xinjiang province to the east. Kazakhstan is surrounded by other lands that are much more densely populated than it, in a pattern that resembles more well-known inhospitable climates like the Tibetan Plateau, the Sahara Desert, or the Amazon rainforest. Despite its huge geographic size, Kazakhstan doesn't even have the largest population in Central Asia, with Uzbekistan having nearly twice the number of people, despite having only 1/6 of the available land that is similarly landlocked and largely dominated by the same climate types as Kazakhstan. Of course, a great deal of Kazakhstan's relative emptiness can easily be explained by much of the country's intensely harsh climate and hostile environment. Kazakhstan is the biggest landlocked country in the world that is thousands of kilometers away from any ocean. And so, with only limited large bodies of water nearby, like the Caspian Sea, to regulate the area's climate, Kazakhstan's climate is one of the most varied and wild in the world, with bitterly cold winters and hot summers. Practically the entire country's landmass is dominated by either a cold desert climate across the center, or a dry, semi-arid climate across the north and the east of the country that resembles conditions seen in southern Ukraine or the American Great Plains region running from West Texas to North Dakota, with only scattered pockets of more easily livable climates. But nonetheless, due to its sheer size, Kazakhstan still has a large amount of arable land and renewable freshwater resources that would normally be conducive to a much larger population than just 20 million people. Nearly 11% of Kazakhstan's huge land area is considered arable and suitable for agriculture, largely across the belt of prairie in the north of the country that encompasses Kazakhstan's portion.
said, wait.
Of the Great Eurasian Steppe. Kazakhstan has about 296,697 square kilometers worth of arable land in total, which is not only larger than the entire land area of the United Kingdom, but is the 11th highest amount of arable land of any country in the entire world. To put this into perspective, Kazakhstan has more agricultural land available than tons of other countries around the world that have much larger populations than it, like Indonesia, Turkey, Pakistan, or France, and many others. In fact, Kazakhstan is such a major outlier here that it is by far the country with the highest density of arable land per person in the entire world, with an average of 15,456 square meters of arable land available per person in the country. The closest competitors to Kazakhstan's arable land density are Australia, Canada, and Argentina, which also, notably, all have significantly higher populations than Kazakhstan has. In terms of other countries that have well-known sparse populations like Mongolia, Namibia, or Libya, Kazakhstan has vastly more available arable land than any of them do, while Kazakhstan also has vastly more available renewable water resources as well. Kazakhstan has about 108 billion cubic meters worth of total renewable water resources per year, which again outclasses many other countries that have much larger populations than Kazakhstan has, like Tanzania, Iraq, Ivory Coast, South Korea, or Afghanistan. Kazakhstan has one very significant river, the Syr Darya, that's fed from glacial snowmelt from the high Tian Shan mountain range to the east in Kyrgyzstan. They used to empty into the huge Aral Sea. Well, the country also fully encompasses Lake Balkhash, the 15th largest lake by surface area in the world, and there are tons of smaller, more minor rivers dotted across the country as well. Kazakhstan's population density today largely follows where the fresh water is located, like along the banks of the Syr Darya River. But still, Kazakhstan has enough arable land and enough fresh water, despite its largely arid and cold climate, that you would expect it would have a population greater than just the 20 million people that it currently has today. And indeed, it probably would be a lot more densely populated of a place today, were it not also for the fact that Kazakhstan has had its natural geography more negatively altered by mankind than perhaps any other physical location on the surface of the Earth. Because a very great deal of what makes Kazakhstan so sparsely populated today in the center of Eurasia, despite its huge amounts of arable land and freshwater, is the simple fact that the 20th century was an unmitigated, continuous catastrophe for the country in just about every way imaginable. And the Kazakhstan of today in 2024 is still trying and struggling to play demographic and geographic catch-up with the consequences of a century-long handicap that most other countries in the world today simply don't have to
Just
deal
like
with.
Haiti.
Allow me to explain.
Haiti got the same.
The idea of Kazakhstan was born in the later 15th century in 1465 with the first emergence of the Kazakh Khanate, a nomadic steppe empire that for centuries sprawled across the central Eurasian steppe, from the Caspian Sea in the west to the Tian Shan Mountains in the east. As the Tsardom of Russia coalesced around its core in Muscovy around the same time, it began expanding in search of more geographically defensible terrain in every direction. And that Russian quest for more geographically defensible borders eventually brought them to the frontier of the Kazakh steppe by the 1600s. The old frontier between the settled Russian society and the nomadic Kazakh society roughly followed the geographic boundary in Eurasia between the forest of the north and the treeless steppe of the south. And to prevent nomadic raids from the steppe overflowing into Russia that had been commonplace for centuries, and to protect their own overland trade route going into China, the Russians began constructing a series of forts along this geographic frontier between the Caspian Sea and the Tian Shan Mountains, across the 17th and 18th centuries that represented the beginning of the Russian settlement of modern-day Kazakhstan. Many of these 17th and 18th century forts developed into major modern cities of the 21st century today, and many of them built and initially settled by the Russians are today found across the border in Kazakhstan rather than Russia. Then, mostly across the second half of the 19th century, the Russian Empire rapidly expanded its area of control across Central Asia through military conquest. And in order to maintain their control over these newly conquered territories, the Russian Empire began encouraging a massive settlement program of ethnic Russians and Ukrainians to colonize Kazakhstan and the rest of Central Asia, to shift the region's demographics to become more Slavic. Hundreds of thousands of the Russian Empire Slavs from Eastern Europe began settling in Kazakhstan in the late 19th century, and they began coming in even higher droves after the Russians finished constructing the Trans-Aral Railway in 1906, which for the first time connected the lands of Kazakhstan and Central Asia directly with European Russia by rail. Russians and Ukrainians were especially encouraged by the Tsarist authorities to settle the fertile arable lands of northern Kazakhstan. And by the time of the Russian Empire's first census that was conducted in 1897, a total of 454,000 Russians had already settled in modern-day Kazakhstan. They made up about 11% of the total population. At the time, ethnic Kazakhs still made up a significant majority in Kazakhstan, with about 3.4 million people, at about 83% of the territory's total population.
At CodeCloud, we use a unique approach to learning. As they say, we retain 10% of what we read, 20% of what we hear.
3.4 million people, about 83% of the territory's total population. But as the 19th century passed into the 20th century, that balance wouldn't last for very long, as Kazakhstan would go through multiple decades of catastrophic demographic collapse, triggered directly by the policies of Tsarist and later Soviet authorities. The increasing settlement of sedentary Russians and Ukrainians in Kazakhstan clashed with the traditional culture of the indigenous nomadic Kazakhs, and resentment among the Kazakhs mounted for decades until they exploded in outright revolt in 1916, when the Tsarist regime began attempting to conscript Muslim Kazakhs to fight on the Eastern Front during the First World War. The Tsarist regime in Russia chose to put down the 1916 revolt in Central Asia extremely harshly, and in only a matter of months, by February of 1917, it's estimated that somewhere between 100,000 and 270,000, mostly Kyrgyz and Kazakh people, were killed as a result of the ensuing violence, famine, and disease, while hundreds of thousands of other Kazakhs fled the chaos into neighboring China, which gave birth to the modern Kazakh diaspora. Then, after the entire Russian Empire collapsed later on in 1917, and the Russian Civil War began between the Communists and the White Movement, Kazakhstan was thrown into an even deeper period of chaos. As the civil war between the Bolsheviks and the Whites intensified across the former empire, catastrophic famine conditions developed across large parts of it that particularly affected Kazakhstan between 1917 and 1922. This first Great Famine is believed to have killed anywhere from 400,000 to 750,000 more people across Kazakhstan over just those 5 years, which is believed to have even further wiped out roughly 10% to 19% of the entire pre-famine ethnic Kazakh population, which obviously resulted in a devastating demographic setback for Kazakhstan. These events, combined with the continued settlement of Russians and Ukrainians in Kazakhstan, led to a severe altering in Kazakhstan's demographics by the time of the next census in the territory that was conducted by the Soviets in 1926. By then, the Kazakhs had shrunk to only 58.5% of the total population, down from the 83% they had once enjoyed 3 decades previously back in 1897. While over the same time period, the Russian population in Kazakhstan had more than doubled to become about 21% of the population, while the Ukrainians had also grown to become about 14% of the population. Kazakhstan enjoyed a brief era of autonomy during the Russian Civil War era, before it was subsumed by the Red Army into the newly established Soviet Union by the end of 1922, where it at first became a formal territorial part of the Russian Soviet Republic. For the first 13 years of the Soviet Union's existence up until 1936, Kazakhstan in its entirety remained a legal territory of Russia's within the Soviet Union. And Kazakhstan wasn't legally separated from Russia to become its own separate full Union Soviet Republic until 1936. During those 13 years that Kazakhstan was directly a part of Russia, the Soviet authorities immediately introduced the policy of collective farming to the territory that set up collective farms that were primarily inhabited by Russian and Soviet deportees from elsewhere, rather than by ethnic Kazakhs. After Stalin drafted the Soviet Union's first 5-year plan in 1928, the Bolshevik Kazakh Central Committee officially decreed in 1930 that in order to meet the plan's ambitious agricultural and industrial targets, the entire nomadic Kazakh population would be forcefully sedentarized and incorporated into Kazakhstan's system of collectivized farms.
Wow.
This policy virtually overnight forced Kazakh herders who had lived a nomadic lifestyle across the steppes, with a diet based on their livestock's meat and dairy for literally thousands of years, to immediately abandon everything they and their culture knew and adopt a new life as farmers producing grain instead, which led to what should have been predictably disastrous results. Wealthier Kazakh nomads with larger cattle herds were branded as class enemies and were forced to hand over large numbers of their cattle at gunpoint, while the increasing numbers of collective farms that were established across the country's steppe resulted in a simultaneous sharp decline in the amount of adequate grazing land available in the country for all of the remaining herds. Between 1930 and 1931, it's estimated that Soviet authorities seized at least 1/3 of Kazakhstan's grain and cereals, and another 1/3 of Kazakhstan's livestock to provide food for the major urban areas of the country, like Moscow and Leningrad, all as Kazakhstan's agricultural output simultaneously plummeted because of the forced collectivization policies. This all ultimately led to one of the most catastrophic man-made famines in human history, developing within Kazakhstan and other areas of the Soviet Union in the early 1930s, while Stalin's policies throughout the famine only ended up making things even worse. Districts that the Soviets established within Kazakhstan that didn't meet the government's grain production quotas were blacklisted by Soviet authorities, which meant that they became prohibited from trading with any other districts or villages, which essentially entrapped desperate and starving Kazakhs in blacklisted villages into what effectively became vast zones of death and hunger, where it was physically impossible for anyone to locate any food. In total, in only 3 years, between 1930 and 1933, it's estimated that anywhere from 1.5 million to 2.3 million people within Soviet Kazakhstan died as a result of the catastrophic famine, including at least 1.3 million ethnic Kazakhs. It is the sharpest population decline in Kazakhstan's entire history, as it's believed that as much as 42% of the entire pre-famine ethnic Kazakh population of 1929 died, while much of Kazakhstan's ethnic minorities were also affected like Ukrainians, who also lost roughly 36% of their entire pre-famine population in Kazakhstan during the same famine as well. And due to the horrendous severity of the famine during those years, it's also estimated that another roughly 665,000 to 1.1 million more Kazakhs simply fled the country with hundreds of thousands of their cattle into neighboring countries like China, Mongolia, Afghanistan, Iran, Turkey, and the other Soviet Central Asian republics that increased the size of the Kazakh diaspora and exacerbated the food scarcity and the famine in Kazakhstan even further. All of the Kazakhs who attempted to escape from the country during the famine were branded by the Soviet authorities as class traitors, and orders were given to soldiers to shoot them on sight at the border. Thousands of Kazakhs who attempted to escape into China were shot and killed in this way by Soviet border guards as well. And a combined calamity of all the deaths and the refugees caused by the famine led to a rapid decline in the population of Kazakhs in Kazakhstan from nearly 60% of the population before the famine to just 38% of the population afterwards. The two Soviet censuses conducted before and after the famine in 1926 and 1937 revealed that the number of Kazakhs in Kazakhstan crashed from 3,636,612 in 1926
Only
to just
1,181,000
a decade later. And in addition to the previous severe Kazakh famine of 1919 to 1922, Kazakhstan lost more than half of its entire population in a mere 15-year time span due to the actions and policies of the Tsarist and Soviet authorities in the territory. Ethnic Russians in Kazakhstan for the first time outnumbered ethnic Kazakhs, and Kazakhs would remain an ethnic minority in their own republic for decades until after the collapse of the Soviet Union itself in the 1990s. And throughout World War II, Stalin continued meddling with Kazakhstan's demographics even further that would leave behind decades of lasting influence into the modern day. In 1941, after Nazi Germany invaded the Soviet Union, Stalin had the entire population of 600,000 Volga Germans in Russia forcibly expelled from their homeland in exile, with more than 400,000 of them getting deported into Kazakhstan, which introduced a large ethnic German minority to Kazakhstan in the process. By 1959, Germans reached more than 7% of Kazakhstan's total population as a result. And by 1989, the German population in Kazakhstan reached nearly 1 billion people.
I didn't know what chicken does to blood sugar levels until I saw this.
Chicken and rice is the best.
The German population in Kazakhstan reached nearly 1 billion people. Later on in 1944, after the Soviets retook the Crimean Peninsula from the Germans, Stalin also ordered the forcible deportation of the entire ethnic Crimean Tatar population to Central Asia as well, on charges that they had allegedly all collaborated with the Nazi invaders. This introduced a large Tatar ethnic minority into Kazakhstan as well, who eventually numbered several 100,000 people too. And at the same time as all of these outside populations were being transferred to Kazakhstan, more of Kazakhstan's indigenous population was dying during the Second World War as well. The Kazakh Soviet Republic lost a total of 660,000 of its citizens during World War II from 1941 to 1945, representing another devastating loss of 10.7% of Kazakhstan's total population in only 4 years of war, coming right on the heels of the devastating demographic collapses of the two previous famines in the 1930s and the 1920s as well. As a result of all of this chaos in Kazakhstan, the next Soviet census in the territory, conducted in 1959, revealed that ethnic Kazakhs had plummeted to only 30% of Kazakhstan's total population by then, while Russians made up the new majority at 42.7% of the total population, while Ukrainians stood at another 8.2% and Germans at another 7.1% of the total population, giving European ethnicities in Kazakhstan a combined share of about 58% of Kazakhstan's total population at the time. Kazakhstan had, in every sense of the word, been firmly and ruthlessly colonized by Europeans by the middle of the 20th century. And for the rest of the Soviet era in the country, Europeans would retain their overall ethnic majority. Even as late as the 1989 census in the country, the total ethnic European population of Kazakhstan remained at a slight majority of 50.9% of the overall population. Kazakhstan therefore became a unique Soviet republic in the sense that it was the only one where the people it was named after, the Kazakhs, became an ethnic minority within for decades. And it was the only one outside of the Russian Soviet Republic itself where ethnic Russians were a demographic majority for decades, which effectively made Kazakhstan a demographic, if not legal, extension of Russia itself all throughout the Soviet era into the beginning of the 1990s. This then explains how during this period, when the Russians demographically dominated Kazakhstan, they were able to set about 3 great projects in the later half of the 20th century that attempted to bend and alter Kazakhstan's very geography for their own benefit, with largely negative consequences into the present day. The first was the Virgin Lands campaign carried out by the Khrushchev administration throughout the 1950s and 60s, which encouraged hundreds of thousands of additional Russians and Ukrainians to migrate to the underutilized agricultural land of northern Kazakhstan, and that was intended to transform it into another major grain-producing region of the Soviet Union like a second Ukraine, which did succeed in establishing Kazakhstan as one of the world's most significant wheat producers that continues to this day. But in the process, huge tracts of the prairies in northern Kazakhstan were zealously and rapidly overplowed, which resulted in the runaway wind erosion of the region's topsoil from the 1960s through to the present. By the mid-1990s, as a result, after Kazakhstan had gained its independence, about 60% of Kazakhstan's available pasture land was already estimated to be in stages of desertification, significantly reducing the country's ability to conduct agriculture on its inherited arable land. At the same time, the Soviets also tested their very first nuclear weapon here in the Kazakh steppe in 1949. There, the Soviets established a top-secret, strictly off-limits area in Kazakhstan about the same size as Slovenia that they dubbed the Semipalatinsk test site, or the polygon. It was this location that became the Soviet Union's primary testing ground for nuclear weapons for decades. And across 40 years of history, from 1949 until 1989, the Soviets detonated no less than 456 nuclear bombs within the small Slovenia-sized territory in Kazakhstan, roughly a quarter of all nuclear explosions that have ever taken place in Earth's history, which also makes the Semipalatinsk test site the most heavily nuked location anywhere in the world. The constant and heavy nuclear weapons testing in the area was carried out with little regard for the long-term ecological or health consequences that would persist in the area for generations afterward, while the full impact of radiation exposure was concealed by the Soviets for decades, until after the country's collapse in the 1990s. Later, Kazakh experts have estimated that roughly 1.5 billion people in Kazakhstan were directly exposed to nuclear fallout over the 40-year period of nuclear testing that was performed in the area. All of that was somehow still not even the greatest ecological disaster that the Soviets left behind in the independent nation of Kazakhstan to deal with in 1991. Once upon a time, before it started shrinking in the 1960s, the Aral Sea stretched across the modern territory of Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan as the third largest lake in the entire world. The sea's huge surface area was about the same size as West Virginia, and its water levels were primarily fed by the 2 primary rivers of Central Asia that begin with the glaciers and snowmelt high up in the Tian Shan Mountains of modern-day Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. For a variety of reasons in the 1960s, the Soviet authorities decided to transform the Aral Sea surrounding desert environment in Uzbekistan into a massive new agricultural project for growing cotton. And in order to acquire the irrigation necessary for that project, the Soviets dug out a network of canals to divert water from the Amudarya and Surdarya rivers to water their new cotton fields in Uzbekistan. But by doing so, the Soviets also deprived the Aral Sea of its primary water supply that the rivers brought to it. And in the arid desert with high evaporation and little rainfall to compensate, the Aral Sea began rapidly shrinking and dying by the 1960s. Within 40 years, by 2007, the Aral Sea had shrunk from its original size by more than 90%. And with the water continually evaporating away and the salt remaining behind, everything that remained of the Aral Sea continued growing saltier and saltier with time as it shrank to the point where in 2004, the remnants of the Aral Sea were roughly 3 times saltier than the ocean. This quickly led to many catastrophic ecological consequences that have cursed Kazakhstan's geography ever since. First, as the Aral Sea shrank and grew increasingly saltier, it devastated the entire region's once prosperous fishing economy. The commercial fishing catch in the Aral Sea went from 43,000 tons in 1960 to literally 0 within only 20 years by 1980, as virtually all of the fish in the sea died with the increasing salinity levels. And as the sea continued shrinking, once prosperous maritime ports were left stranded and landlocked dozens of kilometers away from the new shoreline. The dramatic reduction in water inflows through the Amudarya and Surdarya rivers correspondingly resulted in a further dramatic reduction in the area's groundwater levels, which dried out the region's subsoils and killed massive amounts of vegetation along the river's former banks. This all contributed to the increasing pace of soil erosion in the Aral Sea region and the transformation of the sea's former area into a new desert where there used to exist water. As the soil eroded away and the land desertified, the soil's quality and fertility eroded along with it, which led the Soviet authorities to introduce massive amounts of fertilizer to their cotton fields in Uzbekistan to keep up their production, but which only further destroyed the soil's quality in the long term and sent their polluted runoff further downstream to the still crashing Aral Sea. As the Aral Sea continued to shrink, it increasingly left behind salt and these poisonous pesticides on the new desert floor, but then got kicked up into massive new dust storms that carried the high levels of salt and pesticides across the rest of Central Asia, dumping the salt and the pesticides across the new cotton fields and killing them, which led the Soviets to introduce even more fertilizers and pesticides and led them to withdrawing rivers to flush the salt out, which compounded the root problem even further. The existence of the Aral Sea's huge body of water here in the middle of Eurasia used to disrupt the power of the cold northerly winds that blew down into the area from Siberia during the winter, while it also helped to cool the area down during the summer, which helped greatly to moderate the region's climate all throughout the year.
Paying your bills on time raises your credit score, right? Wrong. In fact, this is one of the 3 major credit
the area down during the summer, which helped greatly to moderate the region's climate all throughout the year. As a result, the Aral Sea's destruction has led to shorter and hotter summers, longer and colder winters, salty, poisonous dust storms, and dramatically reduced rainfall in western Kazakhstan than ever experienced beforehand. And perhaps even worse, the water that used to exist in the Aral Sea used to get itself evaporated and then redeposited in the Tian Shan Mountains as snowfall, which in turn fed the glaciers and the very rivers that fed the Aral Sea in the first place in a sort of environmental equilibrium. The Soviet diversion of the Amudarya and Surdarya rivers for the cotton fields in Uzbekistan that led to the Aral Sea's destruction further led to a rapid decrease in the snowfall levels happening in the Tian Shan Mountains, while the new dust storms kicked up by the northerly winds blowing in from Siberia brought the former lake bed's dust and salt to the glaciers in the Tian Shan Mountains instead, which has steadily coated the glaciers here in a thick layer of dust, which has rapidly increased the rate at which these glaciers are melting to the point where it's currently estimated that the Tian Shan's glaciers are melting 12 times faster today than they were before the Soviet cotton experiment began. Which ultimately means that once the glaciers are completely gone, the Surdarya and Amudarya rivers will have their own primary water sources destroyed and Kazakhstan's renewable water supplies will be irrevocably damaged for the worse. As noted previously, Kazakhstan's population density today largely follows the course of the Surdarya River in the country that used to lead into the Aral Sea. So, if that river begins to dry up in the future because of the long-lasting negative effects of the Soviet destruction of the Aral Sea, it'll only present even more challenges to Kazakhstan's environment and ability to hold more people. When the Soviet Union ultimately collapsed in 1991 and left Kazakhstan as a suddenly independent nation after a century, it was left behind with the decades-long legacies of Soviet and Russian meddling with both their geography and their demography. They were left with the most heavily nuked location on the planet. Their biggest lake was destroyed and in a state of terminal decline. They were faced with a rapid desertification of the Aral Sea's former lake bed, while their northern agricultural lands had been overexploited and overplowed by the Soviets and were also facing increased desertification rates. While increased dust storms carried salt and toxic particles across the rest of their arable land and ruined even more of their agricultural potential, and they also faced a drying up primary river in the Sirdarya as a result of the Tian Shan Mountains rapidly melting glaciers that feed the river. At the same time, upon independence at the end of 1991, Kazakhstan was a state with about 6.2 million ethnic Russians who suddenly found themselves in a foreign country outside of Russia proper, in addition to around 900,000 more ethnic Ukrainians, around 960,000 more ethnic Germans, and another 323,000 ethnic Tatars as a result of the decades of Soviet population transfer policies. Ethnic Kazakhs themselves still only made up about 40% of the new country's population at independence. This was a state that was widely expected to fail at the time. And then in the years that followed after the end of the Cold War and the end of authoritarian policies from Moscow, many of these disparate ethnic groups remaining in Kazakhstan quickly began leaving the country in a mass population exodus back to their respective ancestral motherlands. Within only a few years of Kazakhstan's independence by 1999, the ethnic Russian population in the country decreased by a whopping 1.75 million people, as millions of them simply began returning back to Russia proper. For a time, the newly reunified Germany after 1990 allowed the Kazakh Germans to freely relocate to Germany and acquire German citizenship based on the country's old law of return, which rapidly led to hundreds of thousands of the ethnic Germans in Kazakhstan accepting the offer and leaving for Germany. The law ultimately proved quite controversial in Germany, however, as virtually none of the Kazakh Germans even spoke German as a language, and they and their ancestors, the Volga Germans, had lived within the Russian and Soviet system for centuries and were effectively fully Russified Germans culturally and linguistically. Many of them simply struggled to adapt to the new German society they were completely unfamiliar with after arriving, which led to Germany steadily altering and effectively shutting the program down after a long enough time. And at the same time, hundreds of thousands of Kazakhstan's Ukrainians migrated out towards Ukraine, while hundreds of thousands of Kazakhstan's Tatars also migrated out towards Crimea. And at the same time as literally millions of people were leaving Kazakhstan in the 1990s, the country's birth rates also crashed down to their lowest ever recorded levels of modern times, in a trend that initially closely followed the parallel crashing birth rates in other post-Soviet states like Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus. As Kazakhstan's economy struggled to quickly adapt from the communist-era command-style economy that had permeated for decades into a new capitalist open market economy, the country's GDP and GDP per capita both began declining. Inflation notched upwards, and Kazakh society grew wary of having children under such circumstances. As a result, the country's birth rate plummeted to become one of the lowest in the entire world by 1999 and 2000, with an average nationwide rate of just 1.8 children per woman in those years.
Still better than South Korea.
Down significantly from the 2.84 children per woman in Kazakhstan right before the Soviet collapse in 1989. But there was a very notable and sharp divergence in the fertility rates in Kazakhstan that happened between the country's two primary ethnic groups, Kazakhs and Russians. In 1999, the same year that Kazakhstan's nationwide fertility rate bottomed out at an average of 1.8 children per woman, Kazakh women in the country were still having an average of 2.5 children each, while Russian women were only having 1.38 children each. Ultimately, as a result, the Kazakhstan of the 1990s was hit with a demographic double whammy that particularly affected the country's non-Kazakh ethnic groups, as millions of Russians, Ukrainians, and Germans left the country, with the birth rates of the Russians who remained in the country plummeted to well below the replacement level of 2.1 children per woman. In 1993, Kazakhstan reached what was then its all-time high peak population of about 17 million people, and thereafter it began losing people every single year for about the next decade until 2002. By then in 2002, the country had lost more than 2.1 million residents due to outward migration and falling birth rates. decades, representing a total population loss of about 12.3% of the people that existed in Kazakhstan before the decline set in 1993. This even further represented the fourth and most recent population crash of greater than 10% of residents that Kazakhstan has suffered only in the past century of history. Going back to the period from 1916 to 1923, when Kazakhstan lost 10 to 19% of its population, the Great Famine period from 1930 to 1933, in which another up to 42% of the population was lost, the Second World War from 1941 to 1945, in which yet another 10.6% of the population was lost, and then the Great Migration and economic collapse of 1993 to 2002, in which still another 12.3% of the population was lost yet again. After Kazakhstan's modern population bottomed out in 2002, the country's population density also shrank to a modern low of just 5.47 people per square kilometer then. And it would take Kazakhstan roughly 20 years to recover the population loss it suffered throughout the 1990s. The country's peak population of 17 million people in 1993 wouldn't be seen again all the way until 2013. But since then, Kazakhstan's population has finally started growing once again. Upon gaining independence in 1991, Kazakhstan quickly came under the authoritarian rule of a man named Nursultan Nazarbayev, who would go on to lead Kazakhstan for nearly 3 decades until 2019. And during those decades in power, Nazarbayev would help alter Kazakhstan's internal demography even further. He adopted several economic policies to encourage ethnic Kazakhs and their descendants in the diaspora who had left the country during the 20th century to return back to Kazakhstan. And his government heavily encouraged them to mostly settle in the north of Kazakhstan, where the ethnic Russian population in Kazakhstan also happened to be largely concentrated. Today in the 2020s, this policy has led to around 1 million ethnic Kazakhs who were born outside of Kazakhstan who have returned back to the country, where they now represent about 6% of the country's overall population. And at the same time as these policies were being advanced, Kazakhstan's economy began rapidly recovering in the 2000s, thanks to the opening up of the country's oil and uranium industries to the outside world.
This chocolate literally fragments fat cells into tiny pieces and flushes them out of your body so quickly it went viral on TikTok. Some people even think it's too effective because they're losing weight too fast and it might not be healthy. But it turns out it was discovered by
Kazakhstan has always been rich in natural resources, but throughout the Soviet era, outside investment in the country was closed. That all changed after Kazakhstan's sudden independence, and major foreign energy and mining companies all began sinking tens of billions of dollars worth of investment into getting the country's abundant resources out of the ground and largely transported to the West. In 2000, a consortium of Western energy companies and the state-owned Kazakh oil company suddenly made a massive discovery within Kazakhstan's section of the northern Caspian Sea. Dubbed Kashagan, they discovered what is still to date the single largest oil field ever found in the world in the past 30 years. Kashagan alone is estimated to contain 13 billion barrels of recoverable crude oil reserves.
Damn.
Which is more oil than in the entirety of Algeria, a major OPEC member state. Within only 12 years of Kashagan's discovery by 2012, companies and governments from all around the world had already sunk a whopping $116 billion into developing it, which made it the most expensive energy mega project anywhere in the world. It became central to the transformation of Kazakhstan throughout the 2000s and 2010s into a major oil player, as pipelines were constructed leading out from Kazakhstan's Caspian oil fields that connected them directly to China and to the Russian port of Novorossiysk on the Black Sea, where Kazakh oil could then be loaded up onto tankers and transported out to global markets. By 2023, Kazakhstan had transformed into the 12th largest producer of oil in the entire world, with a production level that's roughly equivalent to those of Norway and Mexico, while Kazakhstan even further ascended to become the world's 11th largest oil exporter, an ability that enabled Kazakhstan to export more than $35 billion worth of oil in 2022 alone. In the 30 years of history between Kazakhstan's independence in 1991 and 2021, more than $370 billion worth of direct foreign investment poured into the country, with the vast majority of all of it being invested into developing the country's Caspian oil fields and pipelines. And as the global price of oil began rising in the 2000s, Kazakhstan's economy began rapidly growing along with them. Already by 2006, Kazakhstan's oil industry had catapulted the country into making up about 60% of Central Asia's entire combined GDP. And as the country's economy and GDP per capita recovered and grew, so too did the country's ability to attract even more Kazakhs from abroad grow. And so too did the country's fertility rate begin to recover and grow as well. Kazakhstan is a rather unique case study in modern demographic theory, because it's a very rare example of a nation in the contemporary world whose birth rate plummeted to be one of the lowest in the world by 2000, but then rapidly recovered to become one of the highest in the world only 2 decades later by 2021. As ethnic Kazakh fertility rates in the country rose alongside the growing economy and GDP per capita to become more than 3.3 children per woman, reaching a fertility rate in the country today that hasn't been seen in Kazakhstan since the mid-1970s, a half a century ago. This has ultimately led to a very interesting population pyramid pattern forming in Kazakhstan today, where there's a very significant shortage of people in the country today between the ages of 18 and 32, lining up with a crash in the country's fertility rates back in the 1990s and 2000s when births were significantly lower, but where there is also a huge incoming population boom in children in the country aged about 15 and younger, lining up with the rapid increase in fertility rates that have happened in Kazakhstan since the mid-2000s. This makes Kazakhstan, on average, one of the youngest countries in the world today, with 40% of its population being under the age of 25, a notable outlier in most of the former Soviet world. And with fertility rates in the country still high in 2024, the population and therefore the density of Kazakhstan is likely to continue increasing throughout the rest of the 21st century. So it might not seem as empty of a place as it used to very soon. Kazakhstan's population recently surpassed 20 million people for the first time in its history, and the country's density has already increased significantly from about 5.46 people per square kilometer in 2002 to about 7.4 people per square kilometer today, only 2 decades later. And based on the UN's projections of Kazakhstan's population climbing further to about 24 million people by 2050, the country's population density will likely also climb up to about 8.8 people per square kilometer by that, which by that point will surpass the density of people seen in countries like Russia and the Central African Republic today. Kazakhstan's overall lack of population density is, therefore, in my opinion, more a matter of history and the long-lasting effects of Soviet and Russian colonization on the country than anything else. But while the population in Kazakhstan is growing overall, it's not growing evenly among the country's 2 primary ethnic groups, as the fertility rates among ethnic Kazakh women in the country have grown dramatically since 2000. The fertility rate of ethnic Russians in the country has remained stagnant and well below the replacement level of 2.1 children per woman for decades now. As more Russians have left the country for Russia and fewer births have been recorded at the same time as more Kazakhs have moved into the country and more Kazakh children have been born, the Russian population in Kazakhstan has steadily declined since its highs under the Soviet period. Today, in the 2020s, ethnic Russians only represent about 15% of Kazakhstan's total population, and they're largely concentrated in a belt across the north of the country, near the border with Russia, and near the old geographic frontier between the Eurasian steppe and the Siberian forest. There are only about 3 million ethnic Russians who live in Kazakhstan now, fewer than half the number that used to live in Kazakhstan back in 1989, just before the Soviet Union's collapse. But demographic dangers continue to exist for Kazakhstan, and the long legacy of Soviet and Russian influence on their society have not yet fully gone away either. Putin's Russia has made it painfully clear that they have no qualms with invading and conquering territory in the 21st century that is inhabited by large numbers of ethnic Russians, as has been evidenced by Russia's seizure of Crimea in 2014 and ongoing full-scale invasion of all of Ukraine since 2022. Outside of the estimated 8 million ethnic Russians in Ukraine, who mostly live in the southern and eastern territories of that country, that Russia is actively attempting to conquer through military force right now, the next largest population of ethnic Russians outside of Russia today are the 3 million of them concentrated in northern Kazakhstan, a part of the country that many Russian nationalists have long asserted should one day return back to the control of Moscow. When Vladimir Putin himself visited Kazakhstan in August of 2014, merely months after he led Russia's seizure and annexation of Crimea, Putin made a backhanded compliment of Kazakhstan's then leader Nursultan Nazarbayev when he said, verbatim, he created a state in a territory that had never had a state before. The Kazakhs never had any statehood. He created it. essentially implying in the process that Kazakhstan's mere existence as an independent state was a gift from Russia. Later on, in August of 2022, months after the Russian army had launched its all-out invasion of Ukraine, Russia's former president, Dmitry Medvedev, who had served as the nation's leader between 2008 and 2012, saw a long, rambling post made to his VKontakte account, basically Russia's version of Facebook, that once again openly called into question Kazakhstan's very statehood. Medvedev's account wrote in the post that it was the Russians who had built the first permanent settlements on the, quote, wild lands of northern Kazakhstan across the 17th and 18th centuries, and that the Russians had spent more than 300 years settling and colonizing these lands, and that before the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, 62.5% of northern Kazakhstan was inhabited by ethnic Slavs rather than by Kazakhs. The post stated that Kazakhstan's policies of resettling ethnic Kazakhs in these northern lands constituted a genocide of the Russian people there. It asserted that Kazakhstan was nothing but an artificial state, much like how Putin currently labels Ukraine. And it went even further by asserting that northern cities in Kazakhstan like Guryev, Semipalatinsk, and Verny in northern Kazakhstan were all former Russian territories.
Looking for an easier way to get that LLC next to your business name? Say hello to Taylor Brand. You just go to their site and...
The post was later deleted, and Medvedev himself has since asserted that it was created by hackers who managed to break into his account. But either way, Medvedev's and Putin's public comments about Kazakhstan's sovereignty, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and the presence of millions of ethnic Russians who remain in Kazakhstan have long unnerved people in Kazakhstan that they haven't fully escaped from the long shadow of Moscow just yet. When discounting the 3 million ethnic Russians in the country, Kazakhstan's remaining population is only about 17 million people landlocked in the center of Eurasia and full of massive resources like oil and uranium, puny in comparison to Russia's population. Kazakhstan therefore has little choice but to continue playing Moscow's games and toe the Kremlin line as much as it can, lest it face a similar dismemberment of their territory the same way that other post-Soviet states who strayed too far out of Russia's orbit experienced, like Moldova, Georgia, and Ukraine. Moreover, about 80% of Kazakhstan's oil export capacity runs through pipelines that run through Russia first to the Russian Black Sea coast, which increases Kazakhstan's economic dependence upon Russia as well. Kazakhstan will therefore probably continue trying to dilute the Russian population in the north of their country as much as physically possible by resettling more and more ethnic Kazakhs there, while the country will simultaneously attempt to continue pleasing Moscow by remaining within Russia's Eurasian Economic Union and CSTO military alliance. That'll occasionally include calling upon the Kremlin for military assistance, as they did in January of 2022, when they requested Russian troops be deployed into Kazakhstan to put down a series of anti-government protests that had erupted there. At the same time, Kazakhstan will also try to continue selling its massive resources of oil, uranium, and wheat to a Western world that now largely boycotts Russia's resources. Kazakhstan toes a dangerous line between Moscow and the West right now as a result. A dangerous sort of neutrality. If Kazakhstan strays too far into Moscow's orbit, then Kazakhstan could be slapped with devastating Western financial sanctions the same way that Russia and Belarus already have been, which could lead to a collapse in Kazakhstan's oil and resource-based economy and destroy their decades of economic and demographic progress. But if they stray too far into the West's orbit by leading Russian-led organizations like the CSTO, then Kazakhstan could end up facing the wrath of Russian nationalists, and Medvedev's 2022 threats could turn into reality. Kazakhstan could suddenly face territorial dismemberment and the conquest of their northern lands into Russia, the same way that Ukraine and Georgia have already experienced things, which could cost Kazakhstan their most valuable wheat-producing regions, much of their uranium ore sites, and potentially even their huge oil fields around the northern Caspian Sea, which would also devastate their economy and threaten their demography yet again. Kazakhstan has to continue playing their cards delicately in a dangerous neighborhood, lest they face another Russian-induced demographic catastrophe, like they did all across the 20th century that undoes all of the tremendous progress they've made so far in the 21st century. Now, as a public figure who often makes videos here on YouTube about pretty controversial subjects, I used to have a
I've got a problem that I'm pretty sure you can help me with. Yes, you will be paid for helping me. Actually paid really, really.
About 100 years into the European settlement of Australia, as the coastlines flourished with cities and growing populations, the vast interior remained largely unexplored and mysterious. In fact, by then, it had even earned the nickname the Ghastly Blank. Finally, in 1860, an expedition set out to make the first south-north crossing of the Australian continent. Unfortunately, they would find out why so much of the hostile interior remains sparsely populated even today. This is their story, and as always, viewer discretion is advised. It might be difficult to imagine, but only 160 years ago, much of the continent of Australia was still uncharted and unexplored. It was still a British colony in the 19th century. It was growing by leaps and bounds on the coast, especially in the south. The state of Victoria, in particular, was booming during Australia's gold rush of the 1850s, as settlers from all over the world showed up in hopes of striking rich. The vast lands between the coasts, however, was such a mystery that it earned the nickname the Ghastly Blank. And it wasn't until 1857 that the idea of an expedition to explore it was finally offered up. At just 7 years old at the time, the state of Victoria saw in it the opportunity to further its status as Australia's wealthiest and most ambitious settlement. So next, in partnership with the Royal Society of Victoria, which is the state scientific community, the government formed a 32
Welcome, Dallas. What time is it? I need to get through here before Dallas wakes up. Oh.
Person exploration committee to determine if an expedition would be a worthwhile venture. It would end up taking 3 years to analyze it from every angle. But in 1860, the Victorian Exploring Expedition was formed with the goal of uncovering the secrets of inland Australia. At the time, parts outside of civilization had certainly been traveled before, but no one had ever traveled the entire distance from the south coast to the north coast, and so the Victorian Exploring Expedition planned to be the first. The committee then outlined a handful of goals for the expedition, but there were three main objectives. The first was to observe and document the topography, climate, animal, and flora from a scientific perspective. The second was to find areas with abundant grazing land for livestock, and the third was to identify potential routes for an overland telegraph line. In the 3 years of research the expedition committee conducted, it actually spent most of the time determining who would lead it because the members just couldn't come to a consensus. The process dragged on, meeting after meeting, vote after vote, underscored how divided it was. During this process, there were three top candidates, but a majority wouldn't be reached until just 2 months before the expedition was set to leave. On June 20th, 1860, a vote finally determined who would be, and oddly enough, it wasn't any of the three explorers the committee was deadlocked on. In fact, their choice wasn't even an explorer. The leading vote-getter was Robert O'Hara Burke, who had no experience leading an expedition, surveying land, or even navigating. Born in County Galway, Ireland in 1821, Robert was a capable military man who worked his way up to lieutenant in the Hungarian army. In 1847, he returned to Ireland and became a police officer before emigrating to Australia in 1853. He then made Victoria his home and joined his police force, quickly climbing the ranks all the way to superintendent of police for one of Victoria's districts. And while none of this qualified him to head up a cross-country expedition, it did mean he knew how to lead others. George Landos was then named Robert's second in command, with his greatest contribution to the expedition being the proposed use of camels. At the time, camels had only been introduced to Australia 20 years earlier, and they were a rare commodity there, but George was working as a horse trader in India when the expedition was announced, and believed that the animals were perfect for exploration purposes. He then wrote to the government in 1858 and proposed that Victoria invest in importing camels, which he offered to handle. George was also somewhat of a world traveler and had spent time in parts of the Middle East where camels were vital for making long treks across the desert. Seeing Australia as comparable in climate and landscape, he was able to convince the Victorian government to hire him. And while he wasn't necessarily an explorer in the traditional sense, he was well known for his experience traveling to unknown and unsettled areas. After that, the committee then added Englishman William John Wills as third in command. William came to Australia in 1852 and worked as a shepherd with his brother before taking a keen interest in surveying in 1855. Then, the last two officers were German, Drs. Hermann Becker and Ludwig Becker, who would handle the Royal Society's orders in terms of science. After the officers were decided, the call went out for working ends, and the expedition received applications from 700 men eager to join. The expedition leader, Robert, then performed a haphazard mass interview with 300 of them before hiring only the people he knew, leaving behind many who would bring skills or relevant knowledge to the expedition.
I paid off $495,000 in debt within 18 months using what I now call my success path, and I turned this system.
With the party set, its members met in Melbourne for rifle training and a course George taught on how to properly care for camels. During their visit, the city buzzed with excitement over the expedition and its members. The explorers were treated to farewell dinners and special ceremonies at local churches, but all of the popularity couldn't cover up the cracks that had already been forming among the men. Conflicts arose early and often, and most of them involved alcohol. 2 men were even removed from the expedition the day before it was set to leave for drunkenness, and on August 20th, 1860, the actual departure date, Robert let another man go for the same infraction. Then, seeing that they were short 3 members, he went on to hire 3 random men on the spot who would just come to witness the spectacle. On the day of the departure, around 15,000 people showed up at Royal Park in Melbourne to see the men off and to witness history, or just to see what a camel looked like in real life. Robert and his men gave Melbourne plenty to look at, too. This expedition is still the most expensive ever held in Australia, and this was immediately apparent. The group of just 19 expedition members had wagons and carts filled with 20 tons of supplies, including 2 years' worth of food rations, 6 tons of firewood, and 50 gallons of rum. And that last item on the list wasn't even for the men, it was for the camels. According to George, rum was apparently necessary to keep tired camels moving and warm them from the inside during winter months. Whatever the case, at 4 o'clock that afternoon, the mayor of Melbourne gave a farewell speech. In it, he reminded the men of their duty to suffer the trials and tribulations of exploration in pursuit of knowledge, and led the crowd in 3 cheers as the wagon wheels started turning. The launch, however, was total chaos. First, one of the camels managed to escape its handler and took off into the crowd at full speed. This then spooked a horse, which threw its female rider off and broke her leg. One of the wagons didn't even get a full rotation of its wheels before it broke down, and two barely made it 3 miles before they were broken and useless. Things were so bad that Robert stopped just 4 miles outside Melbourne and ordered the team to make camp for the night. This brief and disastrous departure revealed a significant issue none of the men foresaw. The heat-drenched summer months in North America are actually the coldest of Australia's winter, and August of 1860 was plagued by frigid and wet conditions. Camels are renowned for their adaptability to both ends of the temperature spectrum, but they don't perform well in mud, and unfortunately the roads leading to Melbourne were a sloppy mess and the camels struggled to maintain their footing. As you might imagine, this was also a problem for the horse-drawn wagons, whose wheels were constantly bogged down as well. In fact, this ended up being such a problem that on the morning of the expedition's second day, Robert decided to leave the wagons behind and told the drivers to do their best to catch up with the rest of the party as fast as possible. But unfortunately as well, it would take 20 days before this happened. By September 11th, so not even a month into their travel, the expedition fell so far behind that Robert felt he had no other choice but to reduce his numbers. He told some of the men to remain behind until he sent someone back to get them, but he never had any intention of doing that. It was just a ruse to lighten the load. To make up for the lost working hands, Robert informed the scientists that they were expected to prioritize the work those men were tasked to perform. Then, if there was any free time in between traveling and working, they could perform their scientific duties as outlined by the Royal Society. More or less, he was asking them to abandon their entire purpose for being part of the expedition. Additionally, he ordered that the scientists could no longer ride horses or wagons, but they must walk. Now, the expedition left Melbourne with 27 camels and 23 horses, but how they were used was puzzling. George insisted that the camels travel without a supply of their riders so they could be fresh for the latter half of the expedition. Many of the horses were pulling wagons, but the ones that weren't were perfectly good to ride, yet Robert forbid the 2 doctors, who were among the oldest men in the party, from riding them. He also limited personal items to only 30 pounds each and ordered everyone to carry their own belongings instead of putting them on the wagons. If all of these changes sound ridiculous, it's because they were, and they were simply another ploy by Robert to reduce his numbers, and his hope was that the scientists would leave the expedition. Despite his orders from the Victorian government and the Royal Society, Robert only cared about reaching the north coast, and the immortality he believed would come from being the first to cross Australia from the south. These new orders obviously did nothing to ease the tension between Robert and George, and from the beginning they had a prickly relationship. Robert's particular issue with George involved the camels. George's insistence on carrying an obscene amount of rum for the camels created problems, as many of the crew couldn't resist partaking of it. And the final straw for their relationship was their disagreement on how to transport the camels across the Darling River. George believed that the camels should be taken to the other side of the river in small, flat-bottomed boats, but they didn't have one big enough for the job. Robert pressed this point, and as the expedition leader, he had to make a decision since they were already so far behind. While George protested, Robert assigned William to the task of leading each of the camels into the river and onto the opposite bank. As this occurred, George committed the unforgivable sin of questioning Robert's authority. There was already no coming back from that, but before Robert could relieve George from his position, George resigned first. Then, in witnessing how Robert treated George with such disrespect for his area of expertise, Dr. Beckler also resigned. Then, with those 2 resignations in George's place, Robert promoted William to his new second in command. A few weeks later, on September 23rd, the expedition reached Menindee, which at the time was a town of just 6 shacks and the last civilization before entering the unknown. Incredibly, the distance between Melbourne to Menindee was traveled often by a mail wagon, which could complete a one-way trip in only 2 weeks. The expedition, on the other hand, was so behind that it was in its second month when they finally reached the town. Either way, while there, Robert set up a depot and used the town as an expedition headquarters of sorts. And despite being ordered by the Royal Society to keep the party intact, Robert split the expedition up once again, believing that a reduction in numbers would move things along faster. The fittest men and animals were then ordered to join him on the journey to an area named Cooper Creek, while the rest were told to remain behind with most of their supplies and wagons. It was also during the expedition's 5-day stay in Menindee that Robert met a local man named William Wright, who offered to take them 200 miles to Tarawada Swamp. Robert agreed to this, and then him, Wright, and the 6 men who picked to join them endured more bad weather on the way to Cooper Creek, but they did start making good time. It took just 10 days to travel the distance to the swamp, and it seemed that Robert's belief that fewer men meant faster travel was correct. This might have been instead because of Wright's navigational skills, and he ended up being such an asset on this leg of the journey that Robert named him a full-fledged member of the expedition and made Wright his third in command. Once they reached Tarawada Swamp, Robert pulled the men about what to do next. They could either return to Menendee with Wright or accompany Robert onward. By then, though, things had been running so smoothly since leaving Menendee that all the men opted to continue north. So, after a brief stay at the swamp, Wright began his trip back to Menendee alone. Before leaving, he was given orders to bring supplies and wagons to Cooper Creek to meet the rest of them. Apparently, though, when Wright asked Robert when to return, the only answer he would give was soon. Another several weeks later, on November 20th, they stopped to camp just shy of Cooper Creek and spent 2 weeks exploring the area. Another camp was then established, and Robert waited on Wright for 10 days with no sign of him. His patience had run out by December 16th, so he selected Wills, John King, and Charlie Gray to continue on with him, while the other men were ordered to remain near Cooper Creek. One of those men, a man named William Brahey, was put in charge of the group and what supplies they still had. And before they left, Robert told Brahey to wait 3 months for them to return. If they didn't show up back by then, the group could head back to Menendee, and with that, the final 4 men continued onward. For Robert, Wills, John, and Charlie, this was the final leg of their journey. Their target was the Gulf of Carpentaria, and if they successfully made it there, the expedition would be complete, at least in Robert's eyes, and they'd cement their place in Australia's history books. To do that, though, they'd have to earn it by crossing the Stony Desert. As the name implies, the Stony Desert is strewn as far as the eye can see with rocks and stone, which originate from desert sandstone. Over millennia, the sandstone is broken down, leaving only the hardest portions behind, which creates its signature uneven rocky terrain. Robert and the other men were pleasantly surprised, however, when they found that the desert wasn't nearly as expansive as they once thought. This gave the 4 men a false sense of confidence that the worst was behind them. But then, as December turned to January 1861, the expedition faced mountain ranges that pushed them to their limit. The camels in particular were having a difficult time on the steep ground, and that didn't change on the other side of the mountains either. Then, the arrival of the wet season transformed the landscape of the black soil plains near the Gulf. This made the best of the terrain soggy, while the rest was covered in floodwaters. Very quickly, negotiating all of this had become incredibly challenging, and the camels struggled to continue. So, once again, Robert lost his patience with how things were going and decided to make camp in one of the few dry areas they could find. He then split the party up again, and he ordered John and Charlie to remain at the camp with the camels, while he and Wills went to the coast to finish the expedition. And incredibly, after splitting off, after just 15 miles, they started to smell the ocean air. This meant that everything they worked for and all their travel was about to come to an end. They then continued on a little further, but then they came upon the first of thousands of mangrove trees lining the coast. Mangrove trees were these dense, tangled roots and branches that grow out of the water. So to travel through them, not only do you have to wade through the water, but it's an impossible mess of branches with every step. Not to mention whatever is waiting in the water, like the crocodiles that are abundant in northern Australia. Essentially, this made traveling through the mangrove trees impossible, and in the end, they had come all that distance only to turn back to the campsite without ever having to see the coast. But, maybe more incredibly, this would be the least of their worries. In the days that followed, the 4 men packed up their camp, left behind anything they didn't absolutely need, and got the return trip to Melbourne underway. Rain continued to plague them through much of March, and they could never tell how far they'd be able to travel on any given day until the weather let them know. Some days it was only a mile or so, and on other days they went nowhere at all. After another full month, they'd only reached the mountain ranges, and when they did, the rain came down in torrents for days, leaving them stranded inside a small cave for shelter. Their remaining firewood was also soggy, and they could only manage to keep a small fire going, which wasn't even enough to cook food on. Now, when they left the other group behind just short of Cooper Creek, they did so with enough rations to get them to the coast and back. At least that's what they thought. What ended up actually happening, though, was that they burned through 2/3 of their food on the way to the coast, leaving dangerously little for the return trip. This would have been a problem even if they were on schedule, but weeks behind where they should have been. Things were going desperate as they waded up the weather in the mountains. One night in late March, Charlie killed a snake more than 8 feet long with one of his spurs. The 4 men devoured it, and while they should have gone to bed that night completely satisfied, Robert was in agony as he suffered from dysentery. This is a condition that's caused by drinking water or eating food that's been contaminated by bacteria or parasites, and it's highly contagious. The symptoms of dysentery are consistent with what we call food poisoning today. Sufferers often end with diarrhea, fever, vomiting, and stomach pains, and in people with compromised immune systems, it can be deadly. For someone of Robert's fitness, though, although it was awful, it wasn't fatal. Somewhere around the same time period, Wills found Charlie behind a tree eating flour from what little rations remained. After he was confronted, Wills ordered him to admit this to Robert. His exact punishment isn't entirely clear, but Robert is thought to have at least delivered a few open-hand slaps to Charlie's face. However, one account says that Robert attacked Charlie so fiercely that Charlie feared for his life. And by then, things were just coming apart at the seams. In the days that followed, their food situation forced them to get 3 of the 4 camels to eat. Then, another few weeks later, by April 10th, the camel meat had run out, and all that remained was Robert's beloved horse Billy, who was sacrificed to keep the thing going. Then, another 6 days later, the seriousness of the situation finally sank in, and Charlie was found dead, likely from malnutrition in his sleeping bag. Several months earlier, back in late January 1861, Wright and the supply party finally left Mindy. He had no idea what soon meant to Robert, but to him it meant about 3 months because that's how much time had passed when he began the trek to Cooper Creek. When they did, though, his group wasn't faring much better than Robert's. During their travels in late April, 3 of Wright's men also died of malnutrition. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Brahe held a vigil at the Cooper Creek camp. The 3 months he was instructed to wait had already passed, and he remained there an extra month just in case. Now, just to clarify, because there are several moving pieces, at this point there were 3 groups. The first was Robert's group heading south from the coast on the way to Cooper Creek. The second was William Brahe's group staying at Cooper Creek, waiting for Robert to return. And the final was William Wright's group traveling north from Mindy to Cooper Creek with a supply run. Anyway, on April 21st, Brahe decided he just couldn't wait any longer and packed up what he could and planned to start heading back to Mindy. Before he did, he gathered up some food rations and buried them under a tree. Then, into the bark of that tree, Brahe engraved the words, "Dig 3 feet, northwest, April 21st, 1861. Then, with 6 camels, 12 horses, and most of the food, Brahe and the others turned south and started the journey to Mindy. Crushingly, on that very same day, just 9 hours after Brahe left, Robert, Wills, and John arrived at the Cooper Creek camp. In surveying the area, 3 discovered the food cache Brahe left behind for them, which thankfully had about a month's worth of supplies. Simultaneously, since the day of the trees was the same date Robert, Wills, and John arrived, it was abundantly clear that the 2 parties had just missed one another. Curiously, however, Robert believed that they wouldn't be able to catch up to the group and that their best chance of survival was to head 150 miles southwest to a place called Mount Hopeless.
What? Why?
Along the way, he figured their best chance of survival was to run into the Yajurwanda Aboriginal people, who were known to be friendly and welcoming. Shortly before they departed Cooper Creek, Robert buried a letter at what history now calls the Dig Tree, just in case Brahe returned, letting them know where they went. However, crucially, to not arouse suspicion of anyone who might come across the Cooper Creek camp, Robert made sure to leave the area around the tree just as how he found it. Another week later, on April 29th, as Brahe was traveling south, he came upon Wright's supply party. He then told the others with him to continue to Mindy before joining Wright's group to return to Cooper Creek. Even though he had waited much longer than told, he couldn't help but feel like he was abandoning Robert and the others. When they reached Cooper Creek once again on May 8th, one of the first things Brahe did was check the dig tree to see if the cache had been dug up. But because Robert had been so careful in burying the letter, Brahe thought that the area around the tree was exactly as he left it, so they didn't bother digging. So once again, after a few days of waiting with no sign of the men, Wright and Brahe left Cooper Creek for good and returned to Mindy, with Brahe continuing on to Melbourne. Meanwhile, after Robert, Wills, and John left Cooper Creek, they didn't get very far. The men were simply too weak from malnourishment to travel. By the end of June, Wills was in terrible condition, and he begged Robert and John to continue on without him in search of the Aboriginal people. Wills eventually died where he was left, and days later, Robert also succumbed to malnutrition, leaving John to fend for himself. About a year after the expedition left Melbourne, the Victorian government sent a relief party, which included Brahe once again, northward to search for the expedition. In mid-September, the relief party came across the Aboriginal people and was stunned to find John, who had made it to their settlement and was taken in as one of their own. After picking him up and learning that Robert, Wills, and Charlie would head, the relief party returned to Melbourne, and obviously, the news shocked the city. A commission of inquiry then thoroughly investigated everything that occurred between the expedition's departure from Melbourne and the death of Robert and Wills. And in their report, the commission harshly criticized Robert for splitting up the party at all, let alone twice. He also received blame for not keeping a thorough journal of the expedition's travels, as well as failing to provide his men with specific and written instructions. The latter is what the commission believed sealed Robert and Wills' fate. Had Robert given Wright more careful orders when to bring the supplies to Cooper Creek, it wouldn't have left the word soon open to interpretation. And had the instructions been more clear, or had Wright been more qualified at all to be in the position Robert put him in, the supplies would have been waiting for him at Cooper Creek, which no doubt would have saved the lives of Robert and Wills. At the end of the official report, the commission pointed out that while there was still plenty of blame and criticism to be assigned to the expedition's fate, it still owed the men a great debt of gratitude for their bravery and sacrifice. In the aftermath of the expedition, the party was sent to recover the bodies of Robert and Will, which were returned to Melbourne and reburied during Victoria's first state funeral. If you made it this far, thanks for tuning in. If you have a story suggestion, feel free to submit it to the form found in the description, and hopefully I will see you in the next one.
Time to help people customize and save with Liberty Mutual. Forgot my wallet.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Scary Interesting, and to another collection of horrible fates. In this video, we're going to go over 3 horrifying stories of people who put their trust in the wrong person. And in the end, this would have devastating results. The first story is particularly brutal, even for this channel, so as a reminder, although the events in this video are fleeting and non-descriptive, they are still highly disturbing, so viewer discretion is strongly advised. The Renaissance period was a time of great artistic, scientific, and technological achievement in human history. Fields like astronomy, anatomy, geography, and mathematics were heavily developed during the time, and previously held beliefs were challenged by an improved understanding of the natural world. Even religion experienced advancement, although this wasn't always met with the same enthusiasm as scientific discoveries or innovations that improved the lives of the average person. The 16th century in particular was marked by a massive theological change. As the 1500s began, Christianity saw major divisions leading to the creation of Lutheran and Calvinist churches, among others. There was also a lesser-known, smaller movement known as the Radical Reformation, which produced branches like the Anabaptists, who believed that baptism should not occur during infancy. Instead, they believed that the only way to be cleansed of sin by baptism was to make the choice by free will, which was something that kids weren't able to do. In the 1500s, this belief put the Anabaptists on the religious fringe. As a result, they were persecuted because the movement was seen as a threat to the Catholic Church. And all over Europe, Anabaptism was a crime punishable by a prolonged, awful death like beheading, being drawn and quartered, and most commonly burned at the stake. Dirk Willems was born in Spaarne, a town south of Amsterdam and east of Rotterdam in the Netherlands. Much of his early life is unknown, but it is certain that he was rebaptized at a relative's home sometime in his late teens. This ceremony was symbolic of Dirk undoing his blasphemous baptism as an infant and embracing his religion with his own free will. In the eyes of the state, however, Dirk had just become a criminal. In the mid-1500s, the Dutch were governed by Spain, which was still in the midst of its religious inquisition, with the goal of eradicating heresy. Anabaptism fit these qualifications, and when officials found out about his second baptism, Dirk became a marked man. A thief catcher, which is the equivalent of a modern-day bounty hunter, was sent to capture Dirk, and after doing so, he was tried, convicted, and imprisoned for his beliefs. Unbeknownst to the prison guards, however, Dirk wasn't going to stick around to suffer whatever awful fate they had planned. He was being held in a castle that had been converted to a prison, and on the night of May 12, 1569, he tore his bedsheet and fashioned a rope to safely get him to the ground below. Except, it wasn't actually solid ground below. Dirk was being kept in a structure surrounded by a moat. Luckily for him, though, although it was well into spring, much of the moat was still iced over. So under the cover of night, Dirk tied one end of his rope to his cell and dropped the slack out the window. Then, hand over hand, he lowered himself down his makeshift rope, and when he was at the bottom, he extended his leg to test the ice and found it was strong enough to support him. By the time he had both feet on the ice, a guard noticed the escape attempt and began to come after him. Dirk then took off across the ice, heading toward the land on the other side of the moat. Because he had been starved during his time in prison, he was weak and emaciated, but this made him light enough for the ice to hold him. With the other side of the pond in view, Dirk raced toward him when he heard the distinct sounds of cracking ice and splashing water behind him. The guard who was coming after him was far too heavy for the thin ice, and he crashed through. As he flailed and tried to get a handhold on any sturdy part of the ice, it kept breaking around him. It was almost immediately clear that if he wasn't helped, he would drown, so he began crying out for Dirk to save him. By that point, Dirk had already made it to the safety of the bank on the other side of the pond. He was basically home free, but in an ironic twist, it was the faith he was being persecuted for that caused him to go back. He then whispered a prayer as the guard begged and told his God that he would save the guard as a token of his faith. With that, he turned around and began gliding across the ice again in the direction of the desperate guard. When he reached the hole in the ice where the guard was trapped, Dirk, even in his emaciated, weakened state, extended his hand and managed to pull the guard out of the pond. Then, as the guard gathered himself and stood up, he thanked Dirk in a voice shaken by both cold and fear. In that moment, the guard resolved to let Dirk go as repayment for saving him. This was quickly interrupted by the arrival of reinforcements. reinforcements and the voice of the burgomaster, who was basically the equivalent of the town mayor. Watching from a prison window, the burgomaster shouted down to the guard to remember the oath he swore to the Spanish Duke of Alva to bring criminals to justice. So, realizing that it was either Dirk's life or his own that would be lost with whatever decision he made, the guard whispered an apology to Dirk and placed him in handcuffs.
Damn.
Dirk was then returned to the prison, only this time he was placed in a cell at the very top of the church tower. His legs were also placed in stocks, ensuring another escape attempt would be impossible. For the next 4 days, he was relentlessly interrogated both physically and mentally, and his captors demanded he renounce his faith and swear allegiance to the church, but Dirk wasn't swayed. He remained steadfast in his belief and refused to bend, and the longer this went on, the more his fate was sealed.
Farmer reveals how to kill all mosquitoes in the area in just minutes. This simple but brilliant trick you can do tonight to eliminate all mosquitoes around you is taking
Steadfast in his belief and refused to bend, and the longer this went on, the more his fate was sealed. On May 16, 1569, Dirk heard the footsteps of several guards approaching his cell. When they arrived outside, they opened the door, freed him from his leg stocks, and forcibly picked him up onto his feet. His legs were weak from days of lying in restraints, and Dirk could barely walk as the guards let him out of his cell and took him just outside his hometown. The wind was strong that day, and Dirk's long hair flooded around his face as he was marched toward a large wooden pole embedded in the ground.
Damn.
Once they reached the pole, they began to tie their prisoner to it, and when he was firmly secured in place, the pile of wood surrounding the base of the stake was lit. Burning at the stake as a punishment for heresy had a long history to that point. The very first mentions of it date back millennia, and during the Spanish Inquisition, it was a punishment authorities commonly opted for. Unsurprisingly, it was an agonizing one. Typically, once the fire took hold of the wood around the stake, the fire would make its way up until it was chest high, at which point the air would be toxic enough that the person would pass out. This wasn't always the case, though. The strong easterly wind that day was considerable, and as Dirk's lower body was engulfed, the fire was continually blown away from his upper body. As a result, Dirk had plenty of air to keep him conscious as the fire continued to rage. Supposedly, the wind also carried his voice for miles around as citizens of other towns heard him cry out more than 70 times. Apparently, even the guards overseeing the event were traumatized by Dirk's screams and the sight of his prolonged ordeal. In fact, the judge who sentenced Dirk to the very punishment he was witnessing had to turn his horse away as it continued. Finally, he'd seen enough and called one of the executioners over and ordered him to dispatch Dirk as quickly as possible. The final manner of Dirk's death is unknown, but it is confirmed that he died on the outskirts of Asperre that day. Ultimately, Dirk's conviction in his beliefs, unwillingness to renounce them, and willingness to help his enemy, despite the consequences, made him a revered martyr who is admired and celebrated today by the faith spawned by Anabaptism. It certainly makes you feel lucky to have been born in a time when such punishments are no longer used. It was a few minutes past 7 p.m. on the night of August 30th, 1988, when Lieutenant Alan Lawson was starting to get antsy. It had already been a hectic and chaotic day to that point, as patients had already waned much earlier in the day. As a first lieutenant in the U.S. Marine Corps, Alan was a commanding officer during a war games exercise being conducted at the Combat Center in 29 Palms, California. This massive base is located in the middle of the Mojave Desert and covered 932 square miles of area at the time. It goes without saying that an August day in the desert is hot, and the temperature remained at a steady 107 degrees Fahrenheit or 42 Celsius for much of the day. And even though they were losing daylight with the sun setting, the heat was relentless. But despite this, Alan didn't have the time to notice. This combat exercise involved moving a convoy of vehicles and troops on foot through the desert to a strategic target. During a meeting with officers earlier that afternoon, Alan received an order to place 14 Marines in pairs along the road to act as guides for the convoy. This order was also part of a larger plan to set up a defense in the likely case of an enemy attack, and road guides would help keep the convoy moving in the right direction while also serving to guard the route. After receiving the updated plans, Alan gathered his commanders and ordered them to send 2 Marines from each of their companies to perform road guide duties. He also told them that the chosen Marines were to meet him exactly at 1900 hours or 7 o'clock in the evening, but then, for reasons that aren't entirely clear, when the time came, only 2 of the 14 designees had arrived. As he grew increasingly annoyed by the guides being late, Alan was also approached by his commanding officer around 7:10 to find out why they hadn't left yet. This only increased the pressure he was feeling to get moving. Then, when only 6 more Marines had arrived by 7:20, Alan decided he couldn't wait any longer. He then ordered those who had showed up to board a Humvee, and he would have to just work with what he had. Among the group of 8 that showed up was Lance Corporal Jason Rother, who was a 19-year-old Minnesota native who felt like he was melting in the desert heat. This was a climate he wasn't used to at all, and it had been wearing on him ever since he arrived in the desert. Jason was part of another division based in North Carolina, and with long-time tensions rising between the U.S. and Iraq, his company was sent to the Mojave Desert to train in an environment similar to that of the Middle East. And despite having been a successful wrestler in high school who was used to hard physical training, despite him looking like he was born to wear a uniform, the desert had really taken a toll on him. Prior to the start of the War Games, his division had already been at the combat center for 12 days of training, and the heat throughout was unbearable. On August 29th, Jason even had to fall out of training to be treated for heat exhaustion, only to be deemed fit to continue the planned exercise that began the following day. As he rode in the Humvee with 7 other road guides and awaited the drop-off at his post, a chain of events was already in motion that would unquestionably change the Marine Corps forever. After driving through the desert for 10 minutes, Alan ordered the Humvee to stop just beyond a sandy intersection that had been carved out by years of travel by military vehicles. He pointed at Jason and told him that this is where he'd be stationed. After Jason stepped out of the vehicle, Jason's partner also hopped into the Humvee, but this was met with confusion and annoyance by Alan, who ordered him to get back on board. Then, when it looked like he was about to leave Jason at the checkpoint by himself, another soldier named William spoke up. He reminded Alan of the orders to place them in pairs, but Alan responded by reminding everyone that he was the lieutenant and they were only one step above the Marines' lowest rank of private first class. Alan was already annoyed and feeling the pressure of the exercise starting off poorly, so with that, the Humvee took off to the next checkpoint, leaving Jason alone in the middle of the desert with night quickly approaching. Almost 48 hours later, the squad leader, James, noticed that something wasn't right. It took him a moment to put his finger on what it was, but he suddenly realized that he hadn't seen Jason since he left with the others in the Humvee 2 nights earlier. James then asked Alan about this, but Alan said he hadn't seen him either, and just assumed that he was picked up by the last vehicle in the convoy during the early morning hours of August 31st. This is when it was finally learned that that had never happened. The following day, on September 1st, a massive search got underway, involving 1,600 Marines on foot and in the air. When Jason was dropped off, he only had what was on him, which was 3 canteens holding a quart of water each, a rifle, and the clothes on his back. He didn't have a map or a compass. He weighed just 135 pounds, and he had already been suffering from heat-related illnesses. If he was still in the desert, the Marine Corps could be looking at an unprecedented tragedy. The search began at Jason's last known location, which was about a quarter mile or almost half a kilometer from the sandy intersection. There, they found a set of rocks that had been positioned in the shape of an arrow, and this discovery confirmed that one of the most egregious sins in the U.S. military had been committed. The Marines had left a man behind. Unfortunately, despite the intense effort to find Jason, the arrow was the only sign the search produced, and after several days, the search was called off. Another got underway in November and ended with the same result. Then on December 4th, a third search was organized, and just a few hours into it, more stone arrows were discovered and led searchers to a pile of Jason's belongings. His entire uniform had been neatly folded and placed in the sand with reverence. Then next to the uniform pile was Jason's rifle, with his wallet sitting in the butt end of the rifle. His military ID was also missing from it. Then, less than 100 yards from Jason's camp, searchers found human remains that had been completely skeletonized. After more than 3 months, Jason had finally been found. Based on the findings of a later investigation, this is how Jason ended up dead in the Mojave Desert. On the afternoon of the training exercise, Alan had just been dismissed from the meeting and began to give out tasks related to road guide duty. What Alan didn't do, however, was determine how the road guides would end up back with their companies when the convoy mission was complete. None of the company commanders under him were made responsible for the road guide pickups, so each of them just assumed one of the others was handling it. Also, when Alan decided to leave with 8 Marines instead of 14, he was so angry about the defiance of his orders that he didn't brief any of the commanding officers on the updated number of Marines who would be on road guide duty. He was also supposed to provide command with a roster of the designated road guides, which he also failed to do in his agitated state. After dropping Jason off, Alan directed the Humvee to the next checkpoint and ordered William to man it. Once again, William reminded Alan that they were supposed to be posted in pairs, but all he got in return was another sniper line from his commanding officer. Alan then continued on the convoy route to place the other Marines, but it wasn't until he finished that he realized his significant oversight. By then, the convoy was set to begin any minute, so Alan sent his navigator to go back to each of the checkpoints and inform the Marines he just dropped off that they were to jump on the last vehicle of the convoy. The navigator then worked backward from the final staging area, first informing checkpoint 4 of the orders, and then checkpoint 3. At that point, the navigator saw the lead convoy vehicle, so he returned to the final staging area. During his interview with investigators, the navigator said that when he returned to the staging area, he told Alan he wasn't able to make it to checkpoint 1 or 2 to provide orders because the convoy was already on the road. Alan, on the other hand, told officials that the report he received from the navigator was that the road guides at checkpoints 1 and 2 had already been picked up by the convoy. It's not clear if this was a deliberate lie or just a misunderstanding between the two. Either way, the report made it clear that Jason's death resulted from a mix of poor control of emotions in high-stress situations, assumptions, and ego.
Earn up to $130 for your first 2 plasma donations with flexible hours.
Poor control of emotions in high-stress situations, assumptions, and ego. In the aftermath, punishment was handed down up the command chain. First, the battalion commander, the battalion executive officer were reassigned, and Jason's platoon leader and company commander were relieved and reprimanded before being discharged from the Marine Corps. 3 officers also faced court-martial, and Jason's platoon sergeant and squad leader were both found guilty of dereliction of duty and demoted to lance corporal. As for Alan, he faced charges of dereliction of duty and disobeying a direct order for not pairing the road guides up. Then, adding insult to injury, during deliberations, Alan showed up to court drunk one day and received an additional charge for that. Finally, in February of 1989, a jury of 8 Marine Corps officers found Alan guilty of dereliction of duty, but innocent of the more serious charge of disobeying an order. He was ultimately sentenced to 4 months in a military prison for his role in Jason's death, and then discharged from the Marine Corps. And that brings us to Jason and what his last few hours were like. At some point in the middle of the night on August 30th, or very early in the morning of August 31st, Jason launched the very last vehicle of the convoy, passed through his checkpoint, and continued on to the next. After waiting a while at his post to be picked up, it must have become clear to him that he had been forgotten. Having taken survival courses in the past, Jason knew his options were limited. He could stay where he was and hope that someone would eventually come by, or he could try to walk out of the desert. He decided to walk, but was at a significant disadvantage without anything but the sun to guide him. He initially backtracked to where the Marines camped the night before, but when he found it abandoned, he started heading in the direction of the National Trails Highway. Where Jason's body was eventually found, he would have been able to see the highway just ahead of him. Tragically, though, through the unforgiving desert terrain and the summer heat with very little water, Jason managed to cover 17 miles on foot, only to collapse and succumb to dehydration with salvation in sight. It's unclear exactly when he died, but medical examiners sadly believe he was dead before anyone even realized he was missing. Jason was eventually buried with full military honors in his hometown of Minneapolis. Victoria Cillier absolutely adored her husband, Emile Cillier, from the moment she first met him. He was handsome, charming, and confident, and she was immediately drawn to him when they met. The two first came together when Emile was being treated by Victoria, who was a physiotherapist, for a skiing injury. Outside of her family, Victoria's passion was skydiving, and on April 4th, 2015, Emile had a surprise for her. By that point, almost a year had passed since she last jumped out of a plane because she was pregnant. Only 5 weeks earlier, Victoria gave birth to their second child, and Emile knew how much she had missed skydiving. So as a nice surprise, and once she'd recovered, he arranged to jump at a nearby airfield where Victoria had been a free-fall instructor with more than 2,600 jumps in her career. Her abilities as a skydiver were highly respected by her peers, and she was particularly known for the care she provided novices. When the day came, the weather on April 4th wasn't terribly cooperative, with rain and clouds expected most of the day, but everyone held out hope that they'd catch a break anyway. While Victoria suited up and performed her preparation checklist, Emile volunteered to grab her a parachute. So with their 3-year-olds hand in hand, he turned and walked into the kit room. The two were gone long enough for Victoria to notice, but when they returned, Emile explained that their little one needed to make a pit stop at the washroom. Unfortunately, though, after hours of waiting on the weather, it became apparent that it just wasn't going to clear, and the jump was scrapped. So, disappointed, Victoria and the others changed out of their flight suits and started putting away their equipment. Since Victoria had a locker at the airfield, Emile took the parachute he had gotten for her and stowed it there for the night, while everyone else returned theirs to the kit room. All 12 jumpers were then returned the next day for another try. Unfortunately, as well, the weather wasn't much better on April 5th. The clouds and rain remained, and it again looked as if there would be no jump. The 12 jumpers grew anxious as the afternoon rolled in without the clouds rolling out. Around 4 p.m., it was suggested that they perform what's called a hop and pop jump from around 4,000 feet. This is a type of jump that omits one of the most exhilarating parts of skydiving, which is the free fall of thousands of feet. However, Victoria just wanted to get back in the sky, so it didn't matter to her what type of jump they'd be performing. Once everyone was inside the Cessna, the plane took off and gained altitude until it reached the 4,000-foot mark. The side door slid open, and then one by one, the skydivers hopped from the plane and popped their parachutes open. Victoria was the last one out, and she smiled as she looked down, took a breath, and then made the leap. As she gained speed, she took just a brief moment to enjoy the feeling of falling before pulling her parachute cord. As soon as she did, it was immediately clear that something was terribly wrong. When it deployed, it folded in on itself, and the lines that held it to the harness were twisted around Victoria and one another. In this chaos, she struggled to deploy her reserve chute, but when she did, it filled too. So horrifyingly, there was nothing to slow Victoria's fall, and at 60 miles or 96 kilometers an hour, she slammed into the ground. Now, accidents can happen doing anything, but for an activity with a reputation for being dangerous, skydiving is actually surprisingly safe. One study collected and analyzed data from 62 million recreational jumps and found that the average rate of injury while skydiving is just 0.044%, and the fatality rate is even lower at just 0.0011%. To further drive this point home, according to the British Parachute Association, 2.3 million jumps took place in the UK between 2005 and 2015. From that data set, there were 2,900 jumps that required the reserve chute to be deployed, and of those instances, there was one single case of reserve chute failure. Those who saw Victoria spinning and descending rapidly were obviously and understandably horrified by what they witnessed. The first emergency personnel on the scene were so convinced that this was going to be a retrieval as opposed to a rescue that they brought a body bag with them. Victoria, however, was somehow still alive, although she was in bad shape. The impact of the fall had broken her spine, snapped her ribs, and shattered her pelvis. There were two factors that prevented her from being killed entirely. Victoria had a petite frame, and she landed in a farmer's field that had just been plowed, so the ground was soft and it cushioned her just enough. As paramedics worked to assess her injuries and get her ready for transport, Chief Skydiving Instructor Mark assessed Victoria's equipment, and his wealth of experience immediately told him that something about her parachute was suspicious. Skydivers are fitted with a harness that's secured over the shoulders and around each thigh. Attached to that is a container that holds the parachute, which sits on the jumper's back. A properly deployed parachute will have a large canopy with multiple suspension lines connecting to an apparatus just above the container called a riser. Mark couldn't help but notice that the lines of one side of her main parachute were knotted up, and on the reserve chute, the risers weren't attached to the lines at all. After Victoria had been rushed off to the airfield on her way to the hospital, Mark took a closer look at the records related to that specific pack. Just 2 months earlier, it passed inspection, and since it was put into use, it had been officially checked 16 times by 10 different parachute packers, all of whom were expert skydivers. This left Mark with little choice but to call the police. However, authorities initially didn't see much of a reason to investigate. It looked to them like a clear-cut accident. After an interview with one of her friends, though, it was revealed that Emil and Victoria had an incredibly toxic relationship behind the scenes. This prompted police to begin looking a little closer into the couple. At the time, Emil was a 38-year-old citizen of England, but he was born in South Africa. When he was 16, he met a 13-year-old named Nicoline, and they began dating soon after. On her 16th birthday, she gave birth to the couple's first child. They were young, but to Nicoline it was a chapter in a love story that she knew would last a lifetime. She couldn't believe how lucky she was to have Emil. He was charismatic, even as a teenager, and romantic too. Every month, he'd recognize their anniversary with long-stemmed roses, but unfortunately, this was all a bit of a ruse. Behind his charm was a web of deception that only became more tangled as Emil aged. After having 2 children with Nicoline, Emil secured a working holiday visa for the UK, which he used to get jobs at bars and pubs. It was supposed to be a temporary move, and Nicoline expected him to be back in South Africa when the visa expired, but Emil didn't return. Then, because he couldn't do it himself, he would later convince his mother to call Nicoline and inform her that he had met someone in the UK and got married. Nicoline was obviously devastated. The couple had just moved into an apartment together before he left South Africa, and now Nicoline was faced with the prospect of raising 2 children by herself. But either way, for years, the pair lived separate lives, and Emil had nothing to do with the children he left behind. As their firstborn daughter got older, she became more and more curious about her father and asked Nicoline if it was possible to get to know him. She was hesitant at first, but she eventually reached out to Emil about visiting. He and his then-wife Carly were open to meeting him, so they made plans for a day at a water park. By then, Emil and Carly had 2 more children of their own, and this marked the first time that any of the half-siblings met. As the day wore on, Nicoline was trying desperately to push the feelings down, but it didn't matter. She was still attracted to Emil. He also later mentioned that he and Carly were on the path to divorce, and that he'd want to get back together with Nicoline. She barely gave it any thought before the two were together again, this time in the UK. Afterward, Nicolene was under the impression that Emil left Carly, but when he left his phone at her house one day, it rang with Carly on the other line. That's when Nicolene and Carly found out that they were both being deceived by Emil. Years later, Emil and Victoria met, leading to that fateful Easter Sunday in 2015. At the time, Emil was a Royal Army physical training instructor, and after the initial investigation, police showed up at his barracks to take him into custody on suspicion of murder. They would then interrogate him for 6 hours, during which Emil was surprisingly forthcoming about yet another double life he was leading, this one with an Austrian skydiving instructor he met on Tinder. During his conversation with authorities, Emil was asked to retrace his steps on April 4th and 5th, and this is when police learned about his long trip to the washroom. However, because he was so assured of himself and confident in his abilities to talk anyone into or out of anything, Emil completely missed that he just provided authorities with motive, means, and opportunity. Unsurprisingly, he would still maintain his innocence, and when he was asked if he had anything to say at the end of the interrogation, Emil gave police a tongue lashing, saying that the worst part of the whole ordeal was they arrested him in front of his subordinates. As this was all going on, Victoria was recovering from her extensive injuries when she was told by investigators that they believed Emil sabotaged her parachute during his stop to the washroom. This was news that at first she just couldn't accept. There was no way her husband was responsible for her nearly fatal fall, and she would remain convinced of this throughout his 2 trials. In the first, the jury couldn't reach a verdict, but in the second trial, the jury had no problem coming to a consensus. Emil was then found guilty of 2 counts of attempted murder. If you're wondering where the second charge came from, his tampering with the parachute was actually his second attempt to kill her in less than a week.
What?
During her interviews with investigators, she told police about what she viewed as a silly mistake Emil had made the Monday before her fall. Apparently, while going through her morning routine, Victoria noticed the thick smell of gas in the kitchen. She then checked the valve inside the cupboard, and it was wide open. The handle also had blood on it too, all of which she found confusing. After turning the valve off, she texted Emil to jokingly ask if he was trying to take her out, but she had no idea that this wasn't a joke. Even with the knowledge that their 2 children would be asleep upstairs, Emil opened the valve the day before and then told Victoria that he was going to spend the night at the barracks. Instead, he spent the night at Carly's while simultaneously texting his Austrian girlfriend, reaching out to ladies of the night. Police later determined that the blood belonged to Emil, and he had put so much force into opening the valve that he had injured his hand in the process. Emil is now currently serving a life sentence with a minimum of 18 years to serve before he could be considered for parole. Incredibly, Victoria made several media appearances after Emil was found guilty and told interviewers that she just couldn't see how her husband could be capable of trying to kill her. It took all the way until 2020 for her to accept the truth. She then filed for divorce, but Emil initially refused to sign the papers, keeping her trapped in the marriage until he eventually relented. The saga continues even into 2024 as Emil is battling Victoria in court to get a share of the profits from the sale of the house they own together. If you made it this far, thanks so much for watching. If you have a story suggestion, feel free to submit it to the forum.
Want to learn how to make viral YouTube videos that grow your brand and make money? What if I told you that you can learn everything in just 5 days?
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Scary Interesting. In this video, we're going to go over 3 stories about situations that at face value seem totally harmless, but it's exactly this false sense of security that resulted in something going horrifyingly wrong for the people involved. As always, viewer discretion is advised. By the fall of 2016, 23-year-old Corey McKee was a handsome Royal Air Force airman with a bright future. However, like many young men his age, he also had a wild side that often included bouts of heavy drinking with his friends. Then, early one morning in September of 2016, he simply vanished under mysterious circumstances. Afterward, a number of theories emerged that included everything from kidnapping to murder. But either way, Corey was never seen again. This case has technically never been solved, but the evidence suggests that he died an odd and tragic, but not altogether unexpected end. Corey was born in the Scottish town of Perth on September 16, 1993. Corey then went on to attend the local high school, but already by the age of 15, his father suspected he had a drinking problem. However, it's been suggested that unlike most teenagers who were just experimenting, this was in response to him discovering the remains of a friend who had been hit by a train and found it difficult to cope. Even so, he finished his studies, signed on with the Royal Air Force, and was eventually assigned to the No. 2 Squadron at the Royal Air Force Base in Huntington. By most accounts, he had a relatively normal and uneventful career with the Royal Air Force. While in service, he traveled to France, Africa, and South America, and made a number of close friendships along the way. So at least from a distance, it seemed like things were going well, and that he'd finally found his place in the world. He even had a beautiful new girlfriend named April who worked as a fitness instructor. They'd only been dating for a few months, but things were going amazingly well. Maybe the only issue they had revolved around Corey's drinking. It was often a point of concern for both April and Corey's best friend. You see, Corey was often the life of the party, but he definitely wasn't the kind of guy who could stop drinking after a few glasses, and he regularly got way more intoxicated than his friends. Then one day, after a long week on base, Corey and a few friends decided to enjoy a night out in Bury St. Edmunds on Friday, September 23rd, 2016. Before driving into town, Corey had a few drinks in his apartment at the Royal Air Force Base. It's not clear exactly how much he had to drink, but he may have already been over the legal limit before heading into town. By then, Corey had a history of excessive drinking, but he usually slept it off before attempting to drive back to base from Bury St. Edmunds. Walking home was also never an option because the airbase was about 10 miles or 16 kilometers northeast of town. So instead, Corey had slept in his car on more than one occasion. Friends said that he sometimes passed out in empty lots, under trash bags, and on one occasion a few years before, inside a commercial garbage bin. That night, after a little bar hopping, Corey and his friends ended up at a popular nightclub, but just after midnight, he was so inebriated that bouncers told him he had to leave. However, despite what witnesses described as being extremely intoxicated, he left without causing a fuss. According to a bouncer working the door that night, he hung around outside, talking with other people for about an hour. Then sometime before 1 a.m. on the morning of the 24th, he walked to a pizza place just a few blocks away. Corey finished his food and left the restaurant about 20 minutes later. By then, he hadn't any alcohol for nearly 90 minutes, but neither the food nor the fresh air did much good. A few minutes after leaving the pizza place, he was slumped against the door of a local business, and shortly thereafter, he fell asleep on the sidewalk for approximately 2 hours. Then, at 3:25 a.m., a CCTV camera captured him standing up and walking unsteadily towards a garbage container staging yard behind a cluster of businesses. Corey was never seen leaving the area, and as far as anyone knows, no one ever laid eyes on him again. By the afternoon of Monday the 26th, Royal Air Force officials reported missing and he failed to show up for work. Corey's friends and family members were understandably concerned, but since he'd only been gone a few days, they held out hope he'd show up no worse for wear. On a positive note, investigators didn't find any blood or evidence that a crime had been committed in the area that night. In addition, there were no reports of screams or loud arguments like there probably would have been if there was a fight, a mugging, or an abduction. Thanks to camera footage, investigators were able to trace Corey's steps from the time he entered the pizza place until he left and walked to the garbage collection area. But after that, it was anyone's guess where he went or what happened to him. Initially, although it wasn't widely publicized, some investigators noticed similarities between Corey's disappearance and the attempted kidnapping of another Royal Air Force serviceman just a few miles away earlier that summer. This lead was pursued, but ultimately turned out to be a dead end. Investigators also considered that he might have accepted a ride from someone he didn't know or was dragged into a vehicle while passed out. His mother even said that he probably would have got into a car with a stranger because he regularly offered rides to people walking on roads in rural areas. Investigators also considered that Corey walked back to the Royal Air Force Base and got lost or was hit by a driver who fled from the scene. Police then searched roads and railway lines in the area, but never turned up a thing. So, with little else to go on, investigators refocused their attention on the camera footage to see what else it might reveal. This time, they focused on the other people and cars that came through the area and found that 4 vehicles and nearly 40 individuals had been through the area between 3 and 5 a.m. on the morning of September 24th. Then, of the 4 vehicles that had entered the area, one was a commercial garbage truck.
Oh,
this
that's a
was
wrap.
an unexpected turn.
That's a
Because
wrap.
Corey was so drunk that night, investigators theorized that he might have entered the bin to keep warm, fell asleep, got tipped into the truck with the rest of the garbage, was crushed by the compactor, and then got dumped at a landfill a few hours later. They then contacted the garbage company, and company officials told investigators that their truck's lifting mechanisms weighed each bin before it was emptied. However, that night, the only bin their truck picked up in that area weighed just 24 pounds, or about 11 kilograms. If this information was correct, Corey couldn't have been in the bin because he weighed nearly 200 pounds, or 91 kilograms. But then, even more strangely, it appeared as though his phone had been in the bin, even if Corey hadn't been. Records from the phone company showed that its movements matched the truck's route until 8 a.m. on the morning of the 24th, at which point the phone went dead. It's not clear exactly how this was discovered, whether it was intentional or an honest error, but investigators eventually found that the garbage company had given them incorrect information. The actual weight of the bin picked up that night was nearly 256 pounds, or 116 kilograms, and not a tenth of that like they were initially told. Also, according to the company's own records, this was nearly 5 times heavier than the average bin weight recorded from the area in previous months. At this point, it was seeming more and more likely what happened to Corey. Later that month, police began a long and thorough search of the local landfill. Based on GPS coordinates and the garbage truck driver's own account of where he dumped the garbage that night, police decided to search a 900 square meter patch of landfill down to a depth of 25 feet or 7.5 meters. By May, officers and investigators had sifted through approximately 3,000 tons of waste. They found a number of items that had been disposed of by businesses in the area at the time of Corey's disappearance, but neither he, his phone, or any of his personal belongings ever turned up. The effort continued until early June, but by then, the trail had gone cold. The following October, police began searching another landfill in the area. They also inspected waste that had been incinerated, hoping to find teeth and bone fragments that belonged to Corey. However, these efforts were all fruitless, and the search was officially called off the following spring. Corey's inquest wasn't convened until March of 2022. At the coroner's court, jury members sat through weeks of testimony from friends, family members, co-workers, and investigators. As sad and uncomfortable as it was to hear, everyone agreed that Corey had a drinking problem, that he regularly made poor decisions when he was drunk, and that he was extremely intoxicated the night he disappeared. In addition, he often wound up in odd places and passed out in and around trash collection areas. Unsurprisingly, jurors concluded that he entered the bin, got tipped into the truck, was crushed by the compactor, and dumped at a landfill, just like police suspected from the very beginning. Corey's mother, father, and brothers agreed with the verdict wholeheartedly, and although they were all heartbroken, they finally had some sense of closure. Tragically, 8 months after Corey's disappearance, April gave birth to a baby girl. Although she didn't know it at the time, she had been pregnant with Corey's baby at the time of his disappearance.
If you want to get an LED skincare device for free, keep watching. I'm going to show you how. This is called the Great
Disappearance. There was still a week remaining, a 3-week holiday to Sydney, Australia, when 71-year-old Bernard left the apartment he was staying in on January 6, 2017. In the 1990s, his daughters moved to Sydney, and so along with his wife Angela of 50 years, he was a regular visitor there. Another year of Christmas and New Year's holidays were now behind them, but Bernard and Angela were retirees, so there was no rush to get back to their home in Tasmania. One of Bernard's favorite activities was walking, and almost daily he'd go on walks that would last up to 3 hours, leaving him feeling refreshed and vibrant. The year before, in 2016, Angela noticed that Bernard had started sleeping more and for longer than usual. Since Bernard despised going to see a doctor for anything that might be serious, Angela encouraged him to go to get a sore toe checked out so she could notify his doctors of this other issue. In the end, Bernard was prescribed pills intended to reduce the impact of dementia symptoms, and Angela spent 3 weeks dissolving one into his coffee every morning. The result was bittersweet. His condition greatly improved, but it was confirmed that Bernard had early onset dementia. In the off chance you're not familiar with it, dementia causes memory issues, diminished problem solving, poor judgment, confusion about times and places. These symptoms aren't always evident, leaving patients feeling and acting normal, but when it comes on, dementia can cause sufferers to get lost or wander aimlessly. In June of 2016, the family was at a shopping center during the early afternoon in Hobart, Tasmania, when they split up and planned to meet each other at the car at a specific time. When Bernard failed to show up, Angela drove up and called the police to report him missing around 6:30 that evening. He was later found at 10 o'clock that night at Hobart City Centre, saying he was waiting for Angela and that she was at the hospital. In response to the incident, their son Mark bought a watch with GPS capability that would allow them to immediately locate him if he ever went missing again. About 6 months later, before he left the apartment on January 6th, Bernard spent the morning with Angela watching TV. When the sun came out close to noon, Bernard started getting antsy. Angela, however, was more than content to sit on the couch, so the two agreed to meet for lunch with their daughter Melinda at a nearby shopping center. The plan was to meet outside the Woolworth department store around 1 o'clock. That way, Bernard could get some energy out of his system on the walk first, and Angela could get herself together before meeting him. However, despite their plan, 1 o'clock came and went without any sign of Bernard. When he still hadn't arrived by 1:15, Angela and Melinda started checking some of the stores Bernard liked to visit to see if he had wandered into one of them. At 2 o'clock, without finding him, they decided to leave the mall and head back toward Melinda's apartment, keeping an eye out for him on the way. When Melinda opened the front door of her apartment, they found everything just as they had left it, meaning Bernard had not returned. Then, as the evening wore on and the sun started to set, their concern grew, so around 8 o'clock, Melinda picked up the phone and reported him missing. After providing police with a photo of her father, Melinda walked to the mall to speak to management about her father's disappearance and even met with 2 security officers. Unfortunately, no one had seen him in days past with no new developments. In a plea for help, Mark told the media that his father wouldn't want to be a burnt out and likely wouldn't approach someone if he was lost, so finding him would come down to seeing him. Police also held another press conference asking for the public.
Oh, I remember this.
It was likely that he was still.
He went down some back hall in the mall.
On January 27th, a maintenance worker in the mall was walking through his labyrinth of fire corridors and stairwells leading just behind the store wall. He made a tragic discovery. In a stairwell behind a store was Bernard, and from the state of decomposition, he had very obviously been dead for some time. His body was almost kneeling, like he had fallen forward out of a chair just behind him. Police were then called to the scene and the family was notified. Throughout this particular mall, there are large sets of double doors labeled as fire exits. If you were to go through any of them, however, you wouldn't be outside just yet. Instead, you'd be in a labyrinth of corridors and stairwells that are only open to the public in case of emergency. For context, if you were to straighten this maze out, it would measure over 8 miles or 14 kilometers. One security officer who walked the entire length said it took him 6 hours. Making matters worse for anyone who was lost within them is that nothing was labeled other than warnings not to obstruct the doors. You could be in the parking lot or the basement and never be able to tell the difference. And if that wasn't enough, mixed within the tangled corridors were self-locking doors, meaning once they shut behind you, you weren't getting back through them. There were also no systems to notify security when someone had access to fire doors during a non-emergency, and no security cameras back there at all. An alarm would only sound when someone opened one of the fire doors that led outside. Incredibly, Bernard's death is not the only time something similar happened. Apparently, a Sydney woman and her mother spent an hour trapped in a stairwell by the self-locking doors. They pounded on the door until the woman found one bar of cell phone reception in one specific spot and used it to look up the number for the mall. She was then able to reach a security officer who talked them to an exit. In 2014 as well, an Irish tourist was reported missing by friends when he was last seen leaving a hotel near the mall. It was sheer luck that a manager of the mall decided to walk through the hallways and stairwells to ensure his staff had been cleaning them regularly. In this check, he found the tourist. He had been trapped in a stairwell for 5 days after tumbling down the stairs, resulting in back and head injuries that incapacitated him. Horrifyingly, the cleaning schedule had that particular stairwell slated for cleaning in 2 more days, and the tourist almost certainly would have been dead by then. In Bernard's case, even more frustratingly, even though they knew he was missing, the security staff in the mall didn't keep track of which staff reviewed what tapes. So although the police had requested all the footage to be checked, it wasn't, and Bernard was never seen. Had it been checked properly, they would have seen Bernard walking around the building and then later back and forth outside the store, and he was eventually found behind it. There was even enough that was off about Bernard that store employees noticed him. When he wandered into their store, one of the assistant managers approached him. She described him as looking frail and staring into the distance, and when she asked him if he needed any help, she said that he was confused and that he couldn't find the people he was supposed to meet up with. The assistant manager offered to help him find them, but he turned it down and left the store. Store employees were apparently so concerned by this that they phoned security to request that they find him on camera and follow him, but it's unknown if any attempt at all was made. The cameras ended up clearly showing Bernard leaving the store and walking toward the fire exit door shortly after. And while not part of the inquest, there was one other tragic factor in Bernard's death. The watch Mark bought for his father and the GPS tracker was broken at the time, so Bernard wasn't wearing it. Right in the middle of Australia, a giant sandstone monolith known to the Anangu people as Uluru towers 1,140 feet or 348 meters over the outback. This rock has a profound cultural importance for the Aboriginal people there, and some say it's an artifact from the creation period when their ancestors shaped the world, and it's hard not to see why. The size and shape of Uluru make it look unnatural, as if it were shaped by someone's hand and then put back down in the desert. Naturally, it's a popular tourist attraction currently controlled by the Anangu, who were given ownership of the site and the surrounding park in 1985. Walking over the rock has been forbidden since 2017, and any camping and accommodation there must be within the resort owned and run by the Aboriginals. Before 1985, things were different. After it was spotted when explored in 1873, Uluru was known as Ayers Rock, named after the Chief Secretary of Australia at the time. For some time after, the Anangu, though not banned, were discouraged from going anywhere near it as roads were built and increasing numbers of tourists headed there. The campsites afterward weren't well regulated either, and people would turn up to the park in such high numbers that walking over Uluru was banned, partly because it was damaging the rock. The other thing the park has in the surrounding area is quite a lot of wildlife. A lot of the animals there, like the red kangaroos and wallabies, are usually harmless, but if you camp there, you need to watch out for poisonous snakes and spiders, and you also need to be on the lookout for dingoes. The dingo is Australia's largest land predator. They're somewhere between a medium-sized dog and a wolf, usually sandy yellow in color, with a head that's a bit like a fox. They have been known to be domesticated by Aboriginals, but for the most part, they can be found out in the wild living in burrows. They're opportunistic hunters who will take whatever meal they come across, hunting prey and scavenging for what they need. When they catch an animal, they tend to bite it around the throat, cutting its main artery so that it bleeds out quickly. They rarely come near humans, but it does happen every now and then. In August of 1980, Lindy and Michael Chamberlain decided they wanted to visit what they knew as Ayers Rock. Michael was a minister at the Seventh-day Adventist church in a mining town in Queensland called Mount Isa. They were both known as deeply moral and generally good people, but Michael's job could be challenging. Lindy, meanwhile, had spent the previous 9 weeks looking after their newborn daughter, Azaria. So finally, they thought it was time they took some vacation and went out to see more of their homeland. Even though Mount Isa was more than 620 miles from Uluru, getting there would take a 17-hour drive, they were looking forward to the trip and the stops along the way. Their two sons, Aiden and Reagan, were also excited to see the outback. On August 13th, they set off west, heading up Australia's Route 66 before turning north down the Stewart Highway, then out west again to the top Ayers Rock campground. On the way, they stopped at other sites, picked up hitchhikers, and just enjoyed their trip.
If you want to learn how to edit really well from professional Hollywood editors, we're going to show you the stuff that nobody else is teaching. We're talking about real creative skills, like how you can use music and sound design to make a joke funny, how to use cross-cutting to control the tension. You're going to learn about feature editing, trailer editing, action editing, pacing out drama, layering in sound design, and how to organize it all in your timeline so it's easier to work with.
Top Ayers Rock campground. On the way, they stopped at other sites, picked up hitchhikers, and just enjoyed their trip. They got to Uluru on August 16th, set up camp, and then spent their first uneventful night surrounded by the park's beauty. The next day, the family explored the rock, climbing parts of it, and exploring the caves around it. Lindy kept her daughter tight in her arms while her two sons and husband as they had the time of their lives. The highlight was the fertility cave, which was a sacred space used by the Anangu women when they gave birth. The walls are covered with rock art, and some of it is tens of thousands of years old. Lindy then spotted what looked like a dog in the distance as they made their way up and realized it was a dingo, but it was far enough off that she wasn't too worried. She also wasn't too concerned when more dingoes showed up at the campsite. Not long after nightfall, the family met up with other campers at a row of barbecues and ate dinner. Dingoes were drawn by the food, and one even showed up where the family sat by the barbecue. Michael threw it a piece of crust, and while Aiden chased a mouse, another dingo pounced on it, biting its neck. At about the same time, another camper said she'd been followed by one as she went to take out her trash. All in all, they didn't really seem like a threat, more like playful dogs who'd figured out that getting scraps off the campers was an easy meal. Still, Lindy told Michael that he shouldn't encourage them. A little while later, Lindy headed to the tent with Azaria and their son Reagan to put them to bed for the night, and after about 10 minutes they fell asleep, so Lindy returned to join the others by the fires. Shortly afterward, some campers say they heard a growl. Others, including Lindy, are sure they heard a baby scream. In one account, Lindy apparently even says she spotted a shape like a dingo coming out of their tent. Whatever the sound, Lindy ran to her tent to investigate, and horrifyingly, Azaria's bassinet was empty and there was a lot of blood covering the floor, the mattress, and the entrance to the tent. In a panic, Lindy then ran outside screaming at the top of her lungs, quote, my God, the dingo's got my baby." Straight away, the campers grabbed their flashlights and ran into the bush around the campsites. Word also quickly got around, and by the following morning, more than 300 people had turned up, forming a human chain to scour the area. During this, they found paw prints leading from the tent and back to the road, but they ended there. Anangu trackers and skilled rangers also came to help and found spots in the dirt that looked kind of like the knitted clothing Azaria had been wearing, but next to them were dark spots that looked like blood. It looked as if the animal had put the baby down to rest before carrying on. Horrifyingly though, they still couldn't find the baby. The police searched every cave they could, and still there was nothing. They then brought in another ranger to shoot as many dingoes in the region as possible and sent them all for forensic analysis. But no matter how many they looked at, there was no evidence that one of them had taken Azaria. As the search continued, Lindy was frantic. Michael, however, seemed to be in a state of shock. Some reports say that when he was asked about his daughter, all he could reply with was hopelessness, that she was probably already dead. Over the following days, the search continued with no luck, and then, on August 24th, a man out taking photographs of wildflowers found her jumpsuit and a diaper shredded near a boulder. This was the last sign of Azaria ever found. From the beginning, not everyone believed Lindy's story, and rumors began to spread about a more sinister alternative. Like, for example, there were rumors that Lindy supposedly brought her daughter in for a medical checkup dressed in all black, and that Azaria means sacrifice in the wilderness, and the baby was killed as a sacrifice for their religion. You see, at the time, many Australians didn't understand Seventh-day Adventists and saw them as some sort of strange cult. Azaria is actually Hebrew for whom God aids, and that didn't stop the press and others from spreading the rumors. Lindy publicly calling the ordeal a trial by Satan didn't help people's view of them either, nor did what were seen as emotionless appeals on TV, even though Lindy swears they edited out the moments when she broke down. Even so, the first inquest found that the baby had been taken by a dingo. It was an in-depth inquest, lasting for months and calling tests of witnesses. The coroner concluded that Azaria, quote, met her death when attacked by a wild dingo while asleep in her family's tent, end quote. Some people weren't satisfied with that, however, including the police, who carried on investigating as if it were a murder. Then, in late 1981, a forensics expert from the UK looked at Azaria's clothes. He then told investigators that there was no evidence that a dingo had been anywhere near the clothes they found and wanted to know why a white coat she had been wearing hadn't been found with the other clothes. Then on September 19th, the police raided the Chamberlain's home, seizing hundreds of pieces of evidence, including their car. A second inquest was then held, and experts claimed to have found evidence of blood in the car, that the blood of the clothes was consistent with Azaria's throat being cut, and that the cuts in her jumpsuit could only have been made with scissors. They also raised the question of the missing coat, arguing that it was unlikely that a dingo would tear her clothes off, but not that. This time, the verdict was that it was murder, and Lindy and Michael were charged. Their trial began on September 13th, 1982, and from the beginning, the prosecution admitted they didn't have any motive for the murder. However, they claimed they didn't need it because their evidence was strong enough anyway. Tragically, they were right. Despite the eyewitness testimony of so many people, including a hitchhiker they picked up with blood in the car, the jury was convinced by the forensic experts. They claimed that the blood in the car had to have come from Azaria, that the story was inconsistent with dog attacks, and that dingoes didn't attack humans anyway. Even though local witnesses told them about other times dingoes had gone for local children, the experts were seen as more trustworthy. So finally, at 8:37 p.m. on October 28th, Lindy was convicted of the murder and given life in prison. Michael was also found guilty of being an accessory after the fact, and the judge gave him a suspended sentence. Over the next few years, upon re-examination, the scientific evidence started to fall apart. First of all, it was found that the jumpsuit could have been torn by an animal after all. It turns out that it had been raining, which may have been why there was no evidence of dingo saliva on the clothes. And then most damning of all, what the forensic scientists had been so confident was Azaria's blood turned out to be paint emulsion left behind by the car factory. However, despite this, Lindy's appeals were rejected and she remained behind bars, subjected to all of the horrors other prison inmates would inflict on people convicted of the crime she'd been convicted of. 3 years later, sometime in January 1986, an English hiker went on his own one evening to climb the side of Uluru. He unfortunately slipped, fell to the ground, dying instantly. Most of him was then found on February 4th in an area covered with dingo layers. When police then searched the area for missing bones, they found Azaria's missing white jacket. Lindy's lawyers finally had good evidence that dingoes had taken Azaria. The evidence was so robust that just 3 days later, Lindy was released from prison pending an appeal. In May of the following year, a judge issued a report condemning the previous trial, slamming the investigators and stating that, quote, if the evidence before the commission had been given at the trial judge would have been obliged to direct the jury to acquit the Chamberlains on the ground the evidence could not justify their conviction, end quote. The guilty verdict was finally quashed on September 15, 1988. However, despite all the evidence, a coroner wouldn't rule that a dingo had taken her child once and for all until June 12, 2012. If you made it this far, thanks so much for watching. If you have a story suggestion, feel free to submit it to the form found in the description, and hopefully I will see you in the next one.
Why in the fuck would you bring your kid out there to the middle of the desert? Oh my God, these people, man.
I'm gonna give away this incredible $4,000. Wait, no, not this one. This incredible
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Scary Interesting. In this video, we're going to go over 3 incredibly creepy unsolved disappearances. In the final story, you'll think you know what's going on. The story is cut and dry, but there is something found at the end which completely changes everything, and it is horrifying. As always, viewer discretion is advised. On the evening of March 31st, 2006, 27-year-old Brian and his father Randy were sitting at a table inside an Outback Steakhouse in Columbus, Ohio. Brian was a successful student working his way through medical school, and just earlier that day he attended his last class before the official start of spring break. Brian and his longtime girlfriend Alexis also had plane tickets to spend the week in Miami, and the couple was very much looking forward to the trip. He had even dropped a few hints that he might pop the question, but as big a deal as that was, the father and son could only focus on one topic. 3 weeks earlier, Randy's wife and Brian's mother Renee tragically passed away after a battle with cancer. The family was a close family, and along with Brian's brother Derek, they remained so even with Brian in the midst of a demanding medical school curriculum. In fact, staying close to the family was one of the biggest reasons Brian stuck around to attend Ohio State University. His plans for the future were a source of pride for the family, and his parents were looking forward to the next phase of their lives, which they hoped would include grandchildren one day. It's tragic how quickly things changed, and such happy hopes of the future were the furthest thing from their minds for dinner. When they finished eating, the two walked to the parking lot and shared a long hug before they went their separate ways. It was a cathartic conversation for both of them, and Brian felt the need to blow up some steam that night. So at around 9 p.m., he called Alexis to check in and let her know that he and his friend Clint were going to head out for some bar hopping. Without distraught, Brian admits his mom's passing, Alexis was encouraged to see him wanting to have some fun, so she told him she loved him and wished him a fun and safe night out. The two friends then started going from bar to bar, stopping to have a shot at each before moving on to the next to do the same there. Just after midnight on April 1st, Brian and Clint ran into a mutual friend, Meredith, at a bar, and the three decided to finish the night at the Ugly Tuna Saloon, which was a restaurant by day and live music club by night. The three friends arrived at 1:15 a.m. With the bar set to close at 2 a.m. They had just made it before last call. Then, after enjoying a drink together, Brian got separated from them and resurfaced at 1:55 a.m. when he was seen outside the Ugly Tuna saying goodbye to two women. As they turned to leave, Brian then re-entered the saloon. Minutes after he turned back to go inside, Clint and Meredith stood waiting for him in front of the bar to head home, but Brian never showed up. After a while, they figured he must have walked back without another ride, so the two said goodbye before going their separate ways. This was the last time Brian was ever seen, and it didn't take long later that day for those close to Brian to realize something was very wrong. Alexis didn't hear from Brian at all on April 1st, which was highly unusual. Derek also couldn't get a hold of him, and initially both he and Alexis figured he was just sleeping off the night out. They also entertained the possibility that Brian was playing a joke on them. It was April Fool's Day after all, but soon enough it was clear that it wasn't a joke. Alexis eventually went over to his apartment and let herself in, and it was immediately clear that Brian hadn't returned the night before. Her anxiety immediately increased as she found this and decided to wait in the apartment until he came home, but he just never did. April 1st then ended, and April 2nd didn't produce any sign or word of him either. However, with 2 plane tickets for April 3rd and a trip the couple had been counting down to, Brian had to show up before they were scheduled to leave. But that just didn't happen either. With his friends and family by then extremely concerned about him, the police were contacted and Brian was reported missing. The case fell to the Columbus Police Department, and after learning about Brian's movements on the night he disappeared, they requested security footage from the Ugly Tuna. The video backed up what they were told by Clint and Meredith, but as they continued to watch the footage, minutes went by after Brian entered the saloon. By the time the tape ended, there was absolutely no sign of him anywhere, and of the ways out of the saloon, only one was not covered by a security camera. There was a back door that musicians used to load in and out of, and exiting that door would have put Brian in the middle of a construction area. But even without a camera at that door to catch him leaving, there were cameras from other bars that would have picked him up in that area, yet he was never seen again after re-entering the Ugly Tuna. When Brian exited the camera frame that night, it was like he vanished out of thin air. The subsequent investigation included hundreds of interviews with witnesses and people close to Brian. Video footage from his night out was scrutinized over and over again, but police only hit dead end after dead end. While gathering as much information as possible, police were monitoring Brian's cell phone, bank account, and credit card for any activity, but there was none. So, based on the information they had, police narrowed down what may have happened to Brian down to 3 possibilities. The first was that he walked away from his life to start a new one elsewhere. The second was that he left the bar and went somewhere to end things. And the final was that his disappearance was the result of foul play. Every one of these possibilities had issues, though. The whole family was reeling at the time, and the dinner with Randy earlier that night on March 31st was an emotional one, but before the two parted ways, Brian assured his father that he'd be okay. Of course, this isn't enough to rule out the potential of leaving his stressful life behind, but as the days passed since he disappeared, his case had garnered national attention. Sightings of him were called in from all over, even as far away as Sweden, but each of them either went unconfirmed or was determined to be someone else. So next, Brian's state of mind being what it was at the time, it was possible he'd decide to end things instead of starting a new life. However, at first, nothing he said or did led anyone around him to believe Brian was suffering from anything outside the normal and expected course of grief over losing a loved one. Still, it was possible that Brian somehow slipped to the saloon, maybe being blocked on camera by another patron leaving the bar, and went somewhere to do this. Police conducted a thorough search of the building as well as the sewer system and local waterways, but nothing came up. This seemed to rule out the possibility that Brian had done something drastic, but interviews with Alexis turned up a couple of interesting occurrences in the weeks between his mother's death and his disappearance. Soon after his mother's funeral, Brian came to her distraught and begged her to run away with him somewhere, and just days before he vanished, he suggested to Alexis that she leave him and find someone else because he was having such a hard time with his mother's death. She obviously agreed to neither suggestion, but if nothing else, it gave police insight into his emotional state at the time. So finally, foul play was looked at, and it seemed the unlikeliest of all. As the investigation got going, police interviewed everyone who crossed Brian's path that day. Since Clint was with him from 9 o'clock until around 1:30 a.m., he was a high-value witness who was initially cooperative with police and answered any questions they had for him. When he was asked to take a polygraph test, however, he suddenly hired a lawyer who advised him not to talk to police. Even more than 18 years later, it's always been curious to Derek that Clint was supposedly one of Brian's best friends, yet he may have been withholding information. At the same time, when looking at the timeline that's backed up by security footage, it leaves very little opportunity for Clint to do much of anything, let alone murder Brian and somehow remove his body from the building. Only 5 minutes passed between Brian re-entering the saloon and Clint and Meredith waiting outside for him. Because Clint stopped providing information, however, there's an entire period between 9 p.m. on March 31st and the first few minutes of April 1st when Clint and Brian were alone together, and that's a big question mark. It's possible that in the course of their bar hopping before running into Meredith, Brian told Clint about the plan to run away and made him promise never to say anything to anyone about it. Whatever the case, following his disappearance, Derek and Alexis spent a year calling Brian's phone multiple times every day, hoping it would be picked up by someone on the other end. But the calls always went to voicemail until 6 months after Brian vanished. During one attempt to reach him, the phone actually rang before going to voicemail, and it pinged a cell tower near Hilliard, a northwest suburb of Columbus. This was investigated, but nothing ever came from it, unfortunately. Even more tragically, tragedy wasn't done for the family after Brian's disappearance. No one searched for Brian more than his father did, and he spent every single day for 2 years putting up flyers and keeping his son's face in the public eye. It's unclear exactly what he was doing at the time, but he was hit by a falling tree limb during a windstorm and was killed on impact. This meant that Derek had lost his mother, father, and brother over the course of little more than 2 years, and what happened to Brian that night is still a mystery.
Looking at the market, we really only saw two viable options, Pella and Anderson. We had a negative experience with Anderson
Beers, and what happened to Brian that night is still a mystery. It didn't take more than one look at Tom Messick to know that he had lived some life in his 82 years on Earth. He wasn't particularly imposing at 5'10", 160 pounds, but the signs were there nonetheless. In his 20s, Tom was a member of the prestigious and storied 82nd Airborne Division of the United States Army, serving as a paratrooper. During his service, Tom lost an eye and half his hearing in an explosion that also managed to mangle one of his hands so badly that it needed 159 stitches. This should have killed him, and the accident would have been life's defining moment for many, but not for Tom. His life was all about survival, and this was just another event he managed to live through. Later, he became an avid hunter and outdoorsman, and loved it so much that he taught hunting and survival classes in and around his hometown in Troy, New York, about 160 miles north of New York City. Not even his age was enough to keep Tom out of the woods, especially when it came to an annual hunting trip he took with his friends and family. In 2015, though, Tom was just getting over a bad case of shingles with that year's trip quickly approaching. He was still dealing with some of the lingering effects, and he had to consider the possibility of staying home that year. When the time came, however, Tom decided that he was well enough to go. After all, he didn't know how many more he'd have the chance to attend at his age. As tough as he was, the age was finally catching up to him. His later years had brought about some heart problems, and he didn't get around as well as he used to, so hunting for him had to be a bit modified. Either way, on November 15th, Tom joined 6 other friends and family members for a hunt on Lily Pond near Bryant Lake, about an hour's drive north of his home in Troy. And Tom was excited for the trip. Even though he had been hunting with some members of the group for 55 years, none of them had ever been in that area, which was surprising considering how popular it was for fishing and hunting. At around 10 a.m., Tom and several of the older members of the group were put in position by the younger men with them. A couple of them were placed on watch just off a log room, and Tom was assisted to an old tree stump to sit. Because he couldn't go after deer himself, the others would come to the other side of the lake and drive them right to him so he could take a shot. When Tom was settled, the younger men walked off to start spooking deer toward his location, and they returned to the tree stump without finding any. By the time they got back, about an hour had passed, and somewhere within that time, Tom disappeared. The group initially thought he might have gone to relieve himself, but shouting his name received no response. Because he was deaf in one ear, it was possible that Tom just didn't hear him, but his limited mobility meant that he should have been within the range of his hearing. For hours afterward, the rest of his hunting group searched, and then when 4:30 came without finding any sign of him, the group called the police and reported him missing. At that point, half of them returned to the cabin, and the other half remained behind, shooting their rifles and honking the car horn in hopes of helping Tom find them. Around midnight, the search was suspended, and a renewed effort would begin the next morning, involving 13 different search and rescue agencies. The search for Tom would be one of the most extensive in the history of the Adirondack Mountains. Locals even thought initially that a celebrity had gone missing because of all the activity in the area. and search and rescue teams were going to use helicopters equipped with heat-detecting cameras, dogs, and an extensive grid system that should have easily found him, but that just didn't happen. Part of this was due to the conditions at Brant Lake in November that made the search challenging. By mid-November, the forest floor was covered in about 8 inches of leaves that had recently fallen. If it was summertime, there was a good chance Tom would have left behind footprints, but the thickness of the leaves made that impossible. Creating further problems was the heavy rain that moved into the area and remained for several days. This was where the methodical planning was supposed to give searchers the advantage. In 2008, a book was published called Lost Person Behavior, a search and rescue guide on where to look for land, air, and water. This book was written by a behaviorist named Robert Coaster, and as a rescuer, he has a 96% success rate in finding people missing in the outdoors. His book was the beginning of a whole new way of planning searches based on scientific studies, and one of the most important factors those studies identified is timing. The first 24 hours are crucial as the likelihood of finding a missing person alive starts to plummet as early as the second day of the search, especially when it involves someone of Tom's age. Another thing the book does is lay out the types of decisions lost people tend to make, emphasizing that missing people don't always think rationally, especially missing people who are being controlled by the anxiety that comes with being lost. In planning the search for Tom, team leaders also used mathematical probability modeling and something called Bayesian search theory. This essentially quantifies variables and calculates the probability of different events. This can include anything from past relevant results to personal gut feelings, and the probabilities change as new data comes in. Using this method, search and rescue teams can create fine-tuned probability maps that indicate where the highest likelihood of finding a missing person or object lies. High-profile cases in which it's already been used include the search for the USS Scorpion, which was a U.S. Navy submarine that sank in 1968, and the disappearance of Malaysian Airlines Flight 370. However, the search dragged on despite the methodical approach and was conducted daily all the way until January 2016. By that point, experienced search and rescue team members were beyond baffled. Not a single shred of evidence connected to Tom has ever been found. In the meantime, several state and federal agencies, including the FBI, worked together to determine if there was any foul play involved in Tom's disappearance. Initially, investigators didn't see any reason to believe that Tom's disappearance was a result of abduction or murder, but the interview Tom's wife Beverly did with the FBI said otherwise. Beverly answered all their questions to the best of her ability, but few of hers received answers. The one thing the FBI did tell her, however, was they believed something wasn't quite right with the case. They just didn't know what it was. It's also worth noting that Beverly didn't think Tom got lost. The Tom she knew was an outdoor survival expert, even at his age. She believed someone on an ATV encountered Tom and either frightened him off the tree stump, causing him to run up, or abducted him. Other family members believed that Tom probably wandered off and got lost, or he had a medical emergency. In the area of his disappearance, there were also caves, crevices, and remnants of old abandoned mines that could have easily swallowed Tom up too. As with many of these disappearances, people always put forward the potential of alien abduction. One of his hunting friends was even interviewed and said that on the day Tom vanished, he heard a noise about 150 yards uphill from him near Tom's location. This noise was apparently unlike anything he'd ever heard before, to the point where he couldn't even describe it. There are also some other strange circumstances, although it's always hard to tell if these are revisionist versions of the events by the people involved. Apparently, the biggest thing that stood out to the group was that the woods were completely devoid of wildlife. Not only did they not see a single animal that day, they didn't hear one either. It was apparently abnormally quiet, and several in the group even told police that it was like something was keeping the animals away. Whatever the case, as of 2024, the search for Tom is ongoing, only on a much more limited basis, and not a single trace of him has ever been discovered.
Damn.
March 26, 1991 was a historic day for South Korea. It had been 30 years since the last local elections had taken place, but they had been reinstated, giving cities and towns a level of autonomy that had been missing. It was a renewed opportunity for South Koreans to have a say in their communities by electing council members, mayors, and other positions after living under military rule for several decades. The day was even marked as a national holiday, giving everyone the opportunity to exercise their right to vote. Understandably, the media coverage of the elections was extensive to witness the country's slow return to democracy. However, while much of South Korea was focused on the many elected positions up for grabs, it couldn't have been further from the minds of 5 boys between the ages of 9 and 13 living in a village outside the city of Daegu. The boys had plans of their own for their rare Tuesday with no school. Like many kids their age, they were fascinated with wildlife, so they were going out to look for frogs and salamanders. At around 9 o'clock that morning, Jong Woo's front door flew open, and his son, Jiao Woo, hurried in, checked through the closet, and grabbed a coat. The one he had initially worn wasn't warm enough for the near-freezing temperatures that day, so he stopped back home for a thicker one. As he turned to rush back out, Jong Woo asked his son where he was going, but the only reply he received was the sound of the door shutting. Whether he was too excited about frog catching to hear his father, or he knew that answering honestly ran the possibility of sabotaging his plans for the day, Cho-won hurried back to catch up with his friends. He was the oldest of the group of 5, and at 13 years old was seen as the leader of the group, so without him the plans would have been ruined if his father didn't let him go. Had he answered his father though, it may have averted one of South Korea's most shocking and enduring mysteries. Several hours later, at around 1 that afternoon, Jung-woo's phone rang. On the other line was Cho-won's instructor from the Taekwondo academy he attended. Apparently, he hadn't shown up for a scheduled class. This immediately raised an alarm for Jung-woo. He knew his son as a responsible young man, and he never would have skipped his lesson for whatever he was up to earlier that day. Thankfully, all 5 of the boys were close to the brothers, and they had all grown up together despite their different ages. And in their village, the houses the boys lived in formed almost a circle around a field. So Jung-woo grabbed his coat and began going door to door to each of the boys' houses. But then he grew even more concerned when he realized none of the parents knew where they went either. He also learned that each of the boys had been somewhat secretive about their plans for the day, meaning that not only were they missing, but they had no idea where they'd gone. Undeterred by this, the parents knew one of their favorite spots to hang out was Mount Warryong, so that's where the search started. While making their way up a mountain path, Jung-woo ran into a friend who said he saw the boys earlier and inquired about what they were up to. For him, the boys actually answered the question and told him about the frogs and salamanders. Based on the direction they were heading at the time, the mountain seemed to be the right place to start looking. A little while later, though, and after searching around their usual spots, when they were unable to locate their sons, the parents were worried enough to call the police to report them missing. However, the response they received was sort of unusual. The police seemed to immediately write the boys off as some runaways who would turn up eventually if the parents were just patient. This dismissiveness only increased the tension the families were feeling, and they began pointing fingers at one another for not keeping a close enough eye on the boys. Then, as the afternoon turned to evening, reporters caught wind of the missing boys, but most outlets couldn't be bothered to cover the story of the landmark election that day. The parents tried to appeal to newspapers and TV stations, but they received the same response they got from the police, to just wait and they would eventually turn up. Several days went by without a word of the boys' disappearance being uttered to the public, but then by the 1-week mark after the election coverage had dissipated, it turned into nationwide news. The public was quickly glued to the story, and the media continued following it. A popular news program called the Square of Public Opinion even reached out to the parents and asked if they'd come on as guests. By that point, police were still dragging their feet on the investigation and weren't taking the disappearance seriously. The parents made sure to make this extremely clear as they did interviews. Then, unexpectedly, while taking phone calls from the viewing audience, a sobbing voice came over the live broadcast. The audience in the studio and at home were stunned, and before anyone could respond to it, the call cut off. A telephone operator then came on the line and claimed that it was one of the 9-year-olds who had gone missing, and he was begging for his mother, which caused the studio audience to erupt in cheers. To them, this was proof that the boys were still alive, and if they were still alive, there was reason to have hope. But then, sadly, shortly after, the call was determined to be a prank, and the search was back to square one.
Protect your wealth by spending physical gold, not paper money that grows weaker by the second.
Shortly after, the call was determined to be a prank, and the search was back to square one. This appearance wasn't for nothing, though. The show also caught the attention of the South Korean president, who then made a statement after it aired. He announced that he was devoting 300,000 police officers to a nationwide search, as well as opening a special investigation headquarters. Afterward, searches were conducted in waterways, reservoirs, and even bus stations all over the country. A reward equivalent to $35,000 was offered for any information that led to finding the boys, and over the course of the entire year, thousands of volunteers were involved in more than 500 organized searches of Mount Warryong. Unfortunately, though, not one of these efforts went anywhere. During that span, all 5 of the boys' fathers quit their jobs to search for their sons. They then pooled their money together and rented a small truck, which they fitted with large signs meant to garner attention on the images of the 5 boys. Together, they drove from villages to towns to cities all over South Korea, handing out flyers and trying to uncover that one tip that would lead to the boys. This long, arduous tour ended up being fruitless, and every day that passed without some kind of positive news wore on some of the fathers more than others. One of them would dream about his son so often that he became afraid to sleep and became addicted to sleeping pills as a result. Others turned to alcohol, and the truck tour around the country eventually put the men in so much debt that they had to abandon the daily searches and return to the workforce. 2 years after returning to work and 5 years after the disappearance of their sons, the fathers had all mostly gotten their lives back on track. They had little choice but to move on. Their sons were always on their minds. As this new normal was setting in, a criminal psychologist who had taken it upon himself to investigate the disappearance came forward with a troubling theory. He believed that the father of one of the boys was responsible for killing them all and then buried them in his basement. The number of criminal psychologists in South Korea at the time was minimal, and this particular one had studied in the US for a while, which gave him a lot of credibility in the public's eyes. So the accusation sparked police to action, and a search was conducted at the house, which included digging the basement with an excavator. Media coverage was wall-to-wall with certain cameras were even allowed into the basement to capture the dig. When the entire basement was virtually destroyed with no bodies being found, though, the psychologist ran into the house and pushed his way through the crowd outside. Once they learned that his accusations were false, the angry mob chased after him. He even eventually had to be picked up by police and brought to the station for his own